Week 2 of Buffalo Bills OTAs getting going yesterday. We heard from Bobby Babich and Joe Brady. You can find both of those in full on demand at WGR550.com. No Josh Allen at OTAs. Not a stunner there. He got married over the weekend. No James Cook still at OTAs either. Taron Johnson had a surgery this offseason on a torn labrum in his shoulder. However, he is taking part in OTAs, which isn't padded, no full contact anyway. So Taron Johnson is present despite that surgery. Elsewhere around the NFL, Micah Parsons says he will be attending Cowboys minicamp despite that he is looking for a new contract. He will not be holding out, even from minicamp. Adam Schefter reports that the Steelers have renewed conversations with the Dolphins on a Jonnu Smith trade and that a deal is still alive between the two teams. Tonight is Game 1 of the Stanley Cup final. Oilers and Panthers tonight at 8 o'clock in Edmonton. Connor Brown goes back into the Oilers lineup up front. Jeff Skinner is expected to come out after scoring in Game 5 against Dallas. You can listen to tonight's game at 8 right here on WGR. Coverage of the Stanley Cup final on WGR is presented by Fiegelcar and Joyce, your border attorneys, and brought to you in part by Window Nation, the perfect fit for your home and wallet. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Sun's up. Hey, for no reason really at all, I opened a browser tab and went to StubHub to see how expensive tonight's game would be if you wanted to go to Edmonton. And
you were thinking about going?
Well,
could you get there
in time
after the show?
Yes.
Leaving here at 10 o'clock, could you get to Edmonton on time?
Yes, if there's a flight. All right, now let's
probably have a connecting flight, though.
Yes, that's right.
I don't think there are any not many directies between Buffalo and Edmonton.
You drive to Toronto. Toronto to Edmonton would be direct.
Okay.
Round trip there can be pretty cheap. So, all right, I've got one for this morning. Leave. Nope, sorry, that's June 19th. Could you get there today? How expensive could you get there today?
Yeah,
probably. Anyway, so I just opened up the tab. Like, what's the cheapest seat? How much is it?
Mm-hmm.
And again, I'm not exactly about to go to Edmonton tonight, but I was surprised it's not that bad. What do you think the cheapest seat in that building should be tonight? Because it's always a story like, oh, tickets are expensive, you'll have to pay, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
What's the number that's,
$1,000.
$1,000?
$1,000.
Owen, haven't you guys got guesses? What's the cheapest seat in Edmonton tonight?
I would guess for Connor McDavid and the Florida Panthers, 1,200 seems acceptable to me.
I was going to go, I'd say 1,000, okay. Maybe 12.
All right. $373.
Whoa. What?
Wow.
Yeah.
I might fly to Edmonton today.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, I could do the whole thing for $1,000
right?
Maybe.
$373, the cheapest seat, according to StubHub.
That's insane.
Why do we think that is?
That's not...
It's pretty low.
It's game one. They were in the final last year. Maybe people are... I was trying to think about this back when the Sabres were in the playoffs and I had season tickets long ago. Let Grandpa tell you a story.
Yeah, jeez.
I would go to one game and sell the other. Sometimes to friends, sometimes on StubHub. But if they had like games 1 and 2 back to back, I would think like, all right, I'm going to go to game 2 and sell game 1. I sold Howard game 4 of the Carolina series, which he still talks about. I went to game 3, all-time moment in the Carolina series. Where Afinogenov scores, the roof goes off the building, blah, blah. He goes to game 4, they get shut out. So, tough one. He was mad about that. So, anyway, $373 and lots of tickets for $400. You want to sit in the lower bowl, I've got it for $562, which, again, I don't know. Right. Boy, have I ever paid $562 to go to a sporting event? Probably not. But for game 1 of the Stanley Cup final against, with Edmonton and Florida, that doesn't seem that bad.
Yeah, terminate.
Your margin for error is very small, by the way. You could leave Toronto at like 1 o'clock, and it would take 4.5 hours to get there.
Okay,
so without any delays or anything,
that's 5:30.
You get there.
And I'm going back 2 hours Edmonton time. I've got enough time to drink some beers.
You'd get there, and a couple $100 for that, couple $100 for tickets to Oilers and Panthers.
Sounds like we got a show trip planned.
Yeah,
I like it.
Could be back by tomorrow morning.
What do they call it there? They have
they sleep in.
The Blue Mile or something. What's the celebration
in Edmonton?
Yeah,
I don't know it.
They've got a place.
I can't remember what
they're downtown or whatever, or is that Calgary? I don't remember. Anyway,
I don't know.
I'm excited for tonight. We're gonna watch this game tonight. I'm as into this cup final.
It's so annoying, isn't it? Well, it is the most annoying thing about it.
I'll say this: the only thing that's annoying about it is if I said the cup finals, someone in the chat will be like, "Excuse me, it's the final,"
which makes it even more annoying that they call it the final when it is not. If it was one game,
right,
for the championship, I would but it is a series of plural series of games. So call it the finals.
Yeah,
the NHL finals, the Stanley Cup finals, more so. It's something else. The final is it's very, very, very annoying. I hate it. It's the worst part of it. But the rest of it I love. I love the matchup. I love the storylines. I love the legacy that's on the line a little bit for McDavid, because not that is on the line for him, but I don't have any interest in 5 years from now having McDavid debates because he's never won before.
Right.
And what is his legacy? Because there isn't a lot of that in hockey, but he's so good. There was a little this last year, wasn't there? Remember, a little bit about McDavid being overrated because he had never won before.
Somebody called him overrated, yeah.
Because he had never won.
Yeah.
And, again, you don't have to care about that, and maybe you do a good job of avoiding nonsense like that, but every year he doesn't win, it might get a little louder and louder and louder, and I have no interest in ever being a part of any debate about how good is Connor McDavid because he hasn't won before.
Right.
He would be really. Yesterday, I just kind of threw out there, in passing, that there really isn't a Dan Marino of hockey, like an all-time great that hadn't won one. Somebody threw Joe Thornton at me.
Okay.
And he's a very good player, a great player, Hall of Famer, but
he's not McDavid. No.
No, kingpins of the sport always win it.
Lundqvist always comes to my mind for that.
Yeah, Lundqvist's pretty good too. These guys are Hall of Fame players, but who are the Mount Rushmore hockey guys? Like Bobby Orr won, and Lemieux won, and Gretzky won, obviously a million times, and Crosby won, and Ovechkin won, and all these guys won, and McDavid not joining that list would be a little unique if he didn't.
Yep.
And I think he will. I don't know if they'll win the series, but he's been back-to-back years. I mean, you would expect that he will get one eventually.
How old was Sidney Crosby when he got his first cup?
Red Wings in 2009. He's got to be pretty young. 24?
21.
21.
He was 21.
Wow.
It was his second season. So Crosby, I mean, he wins the cup in his second season, and this.
No, that can't be right. His second season?
Oh, sorry, second postseason.
Postseason, okay.
Second postseason, fourth season.
I was going to say, because he debuts in 05,
You're right. Second postseason, fourth season. Yep.
But it's still very early.
Yeah,
very early.
21 years old. Yeah.
That's year 4 for him.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And as you mentioned, second year in the playoffs.
So in the first year in the playoffs, didn't they go to the cup final and lose?
They lost to the Red Wings, and they play them back-to-back.
This is kind of the formula, right? Lose to a team, go back, play them again, beat them the second time. So for Crosby, he never had to kind of deal with that. when are you going to win? He's great from the start. His first playoff appearance, they go to the Cup final, and his second, they win it.
Off topic, but I'm looking at Crosby's hockey reference page right now. He's 37 years old. You know how old he was the last time they won a playoff series?
32?
30.
Okay. Long time.
He was 30 years old the last time they won a playoff. He'll go through his whole 30s without winning a playoff series.
Well, Pittsburgh likes to hang on to things.
Interesting.
You know, that's how it goes.
But right, like with him, there was never this conversation. Ovechkin, there was.
Yes, that's
because
right.
What was he? He had to have been 30 by the time he won. So there would have been talk about what's his legacy. You know, all-time goal scorer, great player, MVP of the league, but never won it. Like, that was definitely in existence. There was also more about, like, him being, is he lazy, right? Like, and that was the talk about him for a time also.
Yeah.
But all that ends the second you win, and the second he won, like, all of that ended. And I don't think this exists right now to a large degree with McDavid, but I think it could.
Oh, as soon as he loses this one, if they lose, it would. I mean, rings conversations. Rings culture
yeah.
Called Caitlin Clark overrated in college. Like, okay, sure. She didn't win.
Ryan Clark did that?
I thought it was Jason Williams.
That
Jay
sounds
Williams?
right. Jay Williams, yeah.
Whoever. Like, oh, yeah, she's overrated because she doesn't have a ring. Like, okay, here we go. So, McDavid tonight, is there it's very possible that we, and Bills fans, we basically look at everything and say, is this Josh Allen? Right? Like the meme of the butterfly. Is this Josh Allen? When Rory wins the Masters, what did a lot of people say? It felt like the Bills getting a win. Here's a guy that's been chasing this thing forever. Mm-hmm. Maybe it felt like Allen. Everybody knows he's great. It's the thing he hasn't won yet. He's got to win it. And I remember last year talking about this series, we would say, McDavid and Allen, are they kind of the same here? They're the best? And maybe the difference is that Allen isn't as much better than his peers as McDavid is against his.
Right.
McDavid is far and away, I think, number one, and Allen is arguably number one. So,
yeah, that's right.
Are they similar, though? And then if you got a McDavid win, you would think, all right, that's a win for the guys that are supposed to win. As you lay that out about, you don't want to hear he's overrated because he doesn't have any rings, you are, by association, talking about Dan Marino and maybe Josh Allen until he gets one. Right? You want guys to get one that have deserved one.
If you were to, at the beginning of the year, on January 1st, put a parlay in for, hey, this is going to be the year, I'm going to bet every guy that hasn't won one that we know is amazing to win one. You would have bet Rory to win the Masters, right? You would have bet McDavid to win the Stanley Cup final, and you would have picked either Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen to win the Super Bowl. And I for that, me personally, would have picked Josh Allen to win it. So, and maybe in the NBA you would have picked somebody, I don't know who, but you would have picked those. You would have picked those three. You would have picked Rory, you would have picked McDavid, and you would have picked Josh Allen.
Yeah,
to all win it.
Yeah,
and one's one down, two's very close. And the third one's getting a lot of picks to do it. I heard Sam Panayotovich last week, who's on with Shope and the Bulldog. He's bet the Chiefs to win the Super Bowl or the AFC like every year for 5 years, and this is the first time he's not doing it. He's betting the Bills to do it. And that's just one guy that's betting on it, but I've seen a lot of picks of them going to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I saw Connor Orr in his NFL bold predicts Super Bowl MVP for Allen.
Yeah.
I mean, that usually means you're picking them to win it.
So that would be the run. I mean, he's on that list. He's on the list of someone you expect is going to win it.
Yep. And
I do think the difference between him and McDavid is that McDavid, this is what makes him so impressive. Like in football, it is very debatable. Mahomes is absolutely the most accomplished quarterback, and it's not even close. And you almost feel silly not putting him number one because of that. But when you watch them, if I just never watched football before, and I just sit back and I just watch Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, and maybe throw Joe Burrow in there, but I'll keep it to those first three. If I never watched football before and I turn those three on, I might go, all three, these guys are incredible. Mm-hmm. You might think they're all about as good as each other. I turn on a hockey game. I've never watched hockey before, and I watched this season or last season. I think I I think I would find an easy time realizing, oh, that guy that wears 97 for Edmonton, yeah, he's the best player in the world. There's nobody that good. And that him separating himself from the rest of the pack and it being obvious and still not having a cup it's not incredible because the sport kind of dictates that, but it is different than I think even Rory in golf, right? Rory is like right there the best, but there's Scheffler.
Right.
Like he's not by far the best.
No, he had been the best for a generation, yeah.
Right. I don't know who, like, at any time growing up, like when LeBron and Curry are going back and forth, you've got two guys on the top tier, and when it's Brady and Manning are on the top tier together, and like I don't know how many Ovechkin and Crosby coexisting maybe for a long time on this versus
Allen's got his partner.
Yeah, right. Allen and Mahomes and Allen Jackson.
For this conversation.
Allen and Lamar Jackson.
Allen Lamar.
I just feel like McDavid is kind of by himself on a tier that is very rare in sports.
Yeah, they don't have a NHL award for best player. They have MVP. They have MVP, and McKinnon won that over McDavid. So it's not exactly.
Draisaitl's won that over McDavid too.
Yeah, so it's not exactly like. All right, the take factory doesn't churn us all out in the NHL MVP race the way they do the NFL MVP race. But if they just voted best player,
he'd win it every year.
He would win it every year. Yes.
Every single year. He's won it 3 times. Yep. But he would win it every year.
I can think back to, like, Sidney Crosby did not win the NHL MVP every year. But back long ago when the Sabres had, like, Briere and Drury and all those guys, I did a television show on local TV where I would interview these players. And one of the players in our little fun segment every week was, who's the best player in the NHL? And every single guy answered Crosby every single year without even blinking. Yeah. It doesn't matter who's the hot guy this offseason. It doesn't matter. Who's the hot guy this cup run? It doesn't matter. It's Crosby. Everybody knows it's Crosby, and it was for 10 years. And that's what McDavid has. It's like, ask any player in the NHL who the best player is, and they're going to say McDavid.
How many MVPs do you think Sidney Crosby won?
0, 2, 1.
2.
2, okay.
He won 2. You want some quick trivia here while we're on it? Who are the 6 players to win the Hart since McDavid? The other 6 since McDavid entered the league.
Well, McKinnon and Draisaitl. And is there a goalie in here?
Nope.
Okay, no goalies. Goalies don't win it at all.
Carey Price won it the year before McDavid entered the league.
Okay, Jose Theodore won it forever ago.
Yes, he did.
Montreal goalies always win it.
2002.
The other guys to win the MVP.
Go ahead.
I don't know.
Oh, you had the right first letter. It sounded like
another
Yeah.
Marchand. No. Okay,
no.
I know that's definitely wrong. I don't know.
First 2 letters right. Matthews.
Oh, okay. Austin Matthews, like 69 goals.
Yep. Kucherov. And then a former Sabre.
Jack Eichel. No, he did not win it. Neither did Ryan O'Reilly. Taylor Hall.
Taylor Hall won the MVP
in
2018. So those are the guys that won it, other than McDavid.
So roundabout, we're rooting for McDavid because a win for McDavid, it's not exactly a win for Josh, but it'll be a win for the Josh archetype.
That Josh can do it.
Yeah.
The belief that Josh can do it, will do it. Everyone knows he can do it. Right? That's not up for debate. It's will he do it? And it would be a reminder that, or an added, like, okay, this is the guys that are supposed to win are going to win. Because most times they do. It's not often that the guy doesn't. If you're capable of it, and you know they're capable of it, they often will get there.
The one thing that is different about that, there are probably guys that should have won one during Brady's time, but he won too many of them.
See, even that, though, like, who would you say that about?
Should have won one?
Because Manning did get there. Well, like, it wasn't maybe as much. Manning maybe didn't win as many as he probably should have because of how good he was, but he did still get it.
Rivers should have. Well, again, like this is almost like a self-serving or self-defeating conversation because since these guys don't have one, you don't think of them as guys that should have one. Matt Ryan should definitely have one.
But see, like that's
he
had
a 25-point lead in the Super Bowl and definitely should have one and was a Hall of Fame caliber player. it almost gets to be a side effect of rings culture. It's like, well, I mean, nobody else has one, so who deserves one?
But even like, it's not offensive to me that Matt Ryan didn't win a Super Bowl. Like, other than like within the game,
okay,
yes. But if I look at his career, guy that was never a top 5 quarterback in the NFL except for one time.
Do that with Roethlisberger. Would it be offensive if Roethlisberger didn't get one?
I'd want to reset on his career because he was awesome. Won right away, which makes you think something about him his whole career. That how true was it that he was like one of the 5 best quarterbacks his whole career? Was he?
Yep. How many times was he first team All Pro? Ben Roethlisberger.
Is it 0?
It's 1.
One time?
Actually, no, it's 0. Sorry, that was Offensive Rookie of the Year. He was never a first team All Pro.
I mean, he played with Brady and Manning.
Yeah, right. It's tough.
Yep. So
isn't Roethlisberger the all-time great that when we watch these young quarterbacks today, we're immediately ready to say, like, well, he's better than Roethlisberger was? Wouldn't you say that about Allen right now?
Yes, that's true.
Was better than Roethlisberger was.
That's true. He was great, though, right? Like, he threw for 5,000 yards.
Is that what...
Not to say it's the only metric that I would look at for how good you were, but...
he was great. But again, like, if we're doing the whole, would I be offended if he didn't have any rings? Would I be?
Right, like that's Marino to me. Marino is, especially for the era he played in, that Marino, like, he absolutely should have won one.
How many times did Roethlisberger throw more than 30 touchdowns?
He played for 20 years. Did he do it 8 times?
4. 4 times.
Does Josh already have that?
I don't know. Actually, I haven't looked that up for 30 touchdowns. It's just arbitrary stats anyway.
Yeah. Well, it's a nice clean number there. That 30, you get to 30, it's a great season. If he only did that 4 times in, how many years did he play? 17, 18, 19 years?
A lot of years.
That's not that much. Like, because Rivers, it's not offensive to me that he didn't win. It's not offensive to me that, I don't know if there was an FC guy for this. Like, Breeze got his. He's a guy who put up all the numbers and was the all-time leading passer for a time, but he got his. So, I just don't know how long. Like, Jackson and Allen, to me, are this. They're even maybe a little different from Burrow for me. Like, these two are unicorn, all-time great quarterbacks. You don't see guys that play like these two. There's not been a quarterback that can run like Lamar Jackson in NFL history, let alone also be able to pass the way he does. And there has absolutely never been a quarterback like Josh Allen, who is a stallion that is going to run over you and then also jump over you and then is also going to throw the ball 70 yards down the field if he wants to. So those two...
Easy on throw at 70 yards down the field.
He wants to. Those two are going... Like, they are separate from me than even, like, Burrow and anybody else right now. Like, where it would be offensive to me if these two didn't win Super Bowls.
Yeah, right now it might feel like Jalen Hurts got one that one of these two should have. Because Jalen Hurts does have one. And he's good.
Maybe.
He's not on this level. Anyway, we started with McDavid. We ended up on full rings conversations about Phillip Rivers. But, hey, that's how it goes.
Well, that's McDavid for me. I think... Not to say, like, he's got to win one or else, but he's got to win one.
He's got to win one.
He's got to win one. And this is going to be tough because he's playing, I think, the deepest and most complete team I've ever seen. There is no weakness on the Panthers roster.
803-0550, our number. Tonight, if there were prop bets on it, I don't know, but will the crowd sing the anthem? Of course, right? In Canada, it'll be... Nobody likes... anything more than hockey fans love when a Canadian team is in the final and they just let them rip the anthem. They rip "O Canada." Well, full volume.
Yeah,
that'll be tonight.
Will the anthem singer do like the first 3 lines and then he'll just point the mic to the crowd, and that's it?
Will the anthem singer be in the crowd? That's a move sometimes you can pull.
Okay, I've seen that. Yep.
Big night tonight. Game 1, Stanley Cup final. Connor McDavid.
Jeff Skinner out of the lineup, it looks like.
Did you see the video of Skinner?
It was really cool. Yeah, I did.
The Oilers, after the win in which he scored a game, which was the Game 5.
It was Game 5. He scored to go up 3-0 in the second.
And they talked about how we're going to need everybody, and they gave Skinner the belt.
Yeah.
And one thing that's pretty clear in that, even though he doesn't play for them in the playoffs that much, he's played 2 games.
Yeah.
And he probably has to know, right? Like, they don't trust me defensively to play.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And the Sabres once
100%.
did that too. It was when they were a terrible team and they put them on the taxi squad. The Oilers are doing it in like the Cup final.
And they're also doing it because they got more so. Well, maybe they would have done it anyway, but they got Evander Kane back, who hadn't played the whole season.
Right.
So he replaced him.
So Skinner played a couple games. Anyway, they give him the belt, the little trophy after a game. All start chanting his name, taking pictures with him. It's very clear something that was true here, and that's that Skinner is, he might not be a perfect hockey player. I think he's a pretty darn good teammate. His teammates seem to like him.
Yeah, definitely.
So anyway, good for Jeff Skinner on to the Cup final with Edmonton. And I don't think that one will hit like some of the others have, but it will certainly be noteworthy. I mean, Kane and Skinner both winning the Stanley Cup would be, whatever, that'd be fine. 8030550. All right, coming up today, we've got Joe Marino, Locked On Bills podcast, coming up at 8. Sal's going to join us at 9 to recap a little bit of what happened at OTAs yesterday. We heard from the offensive coordinator. We heard from the defensive coordinator. And you and I have not talked about their weapons a lot lately. Maybe that's because we've each been off for basically 2 weeks. You were off and then I was off.
Yeah. Yep.
I have a fundamental, fun kind of fourth wall question, if you will, about Elijah Moore.
Okay.
Because he's getting a lot of run. He really is getting a lot of run. Elijah Moore, who they added after the draft, is getting a lot of attention, not just here, but check out an article, check out a fantasy writer. I really like Elijah Moore. So there was a chart that went out yesterday that said something about the Bills' pass catchers and something about Moore as well that I want to get to. So we'll talk about that if you got time for it. Some trivia, Worst Call Wednesday, the watermelon chart I have down to talk about.
The what?
Yeah. That's what I want.
The watermelon chart?
That's exactly what I wanted to hear from you. The watermelon chart. So we'll get to all that. 8030550, our phone number. Happy Wednesday. It's hump day. It's going to be, is it still 80 or is
it's going to be warm
85? High today of 85.
Love it.
Let's go. I'll be in the yard. I got more yard work to do. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. So, McDavid tonight, is there it's very possible that we and Bills fans and we Bills fans, we basically look at everything and say, is this Josh Allen? Right? Like the meme of the butterfly. Is this Josh Allen? When Rory wins the Masters, what did a lot of people say? It felt like the Bills getting a win. Here's a guy that's been chasing this thing forever. Mm-hmm. Maybe it felt like Allen. Everybody knows he's great. It's the thing he hasn't won yet. He's got to win it. And I remember last year talking about this series, we would say, McDavid and Allen, are they kind of the same here? They're the best? And maybe the difference is that Allen isn't as much better than his peers as McDavid is against his. Right. McDavid is far and away, I think, number one, and Allen is arguably number one. So,
yeah, that's right.
Are they similar, though? And then if you got a McDavid win, you would think, all right, that's a win for the guys that are supposed to win. As you lay that out about, you don't want to hear he's overrated because he doesn't have any rings, you are, by association, talking about Dan Marino and maybe Josh Allen until he gets one. Right? You want guys to get one that have deserved one.
If you were to, at the beginning of the year, on January 1st, put a parlay in for, hey, this is going to be the year, I'm going to bet every guy that hasn't won one that we know is amazing to win one. You would have bet Rory to win the Masters, right? You would have bet McDavid to win the Stanley Cup final, and you would have picked either Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen to win the Super Bowl. And I for that, me personally would have picked Josh Allen to win it. So, and maybe in the NBA you would have picked somebody, I don't know who, but you would have picked those. You would have picked those three. You would have picked Rory, you would have picked McDavid, and you would have picked Josh Allen.
Yeah,
to all win it.
Yeah,
and one's one down, two's very close. And the third one's getting a lot of picks to do it. A lot of picks to do it.
Who's going to win?
I think Edmonton's going to do it.
You're going to back Stuart Skinner.
You think he's going to last through 7?
I think I talked about this a little bit on Saturday. I think he's got the gas tanks full of confidence for him. And it can drain very fast, as we've seen. But I think when you know all you got to do is be one save better than the other guy because you got two of the best players on the planet on your team, I think he can get it done this year. I do. I just think McDavid's undeniable. I have a feeling he's going to score like 3 points a game in this series. I think it's going to be ridiculous.
I'm trying to remember how last series went, other than, the Panthers ran them over. Did they ever just win the first 3 games? I really want to go back and look at the scores, too, of those games.
I think it was bad.
Florida got out to a 3-0 lead. We all thought it was going to be over.
And then Edmonton just
rattles off 4 in a row.
The McDavid freaked out in the locker room. And
yeah, I feel like I give the edge to Florida because Florida. I love them. I think that they're a better team, but I just think McDavid will overcome it. I know. I wouldn't be surprised if that happens. The 2 things for Edmonton that scare me is, 1, they lost Zach Hyman for the series, and that's, I think, a very critical loss.
Yeah.
And 2, I have way more trust that Bobrovsky is going to go through a whole series without screwing up than Skinner is.
Yeah, 100%.
Skinner could lose his team a game or 2.
Yeah,
and
Bob will,
that margin for error gets me to Florida.
I also don't like how much rest there is for Bobrovsky specifically. That plays to his strength. He always plays better off rest, and there's breaks in between games, and that really helps him.
Game 1 tonight of the Stanley Cup Final, Oilers and Panthers at 8 o'clock. Connor Brown expected to go back into the lineup for Jeff Skinner, who had scored in Game 5 against Dallas. You can listen to the game tonight right here on WGR. Coverage of the Stanley Cup Final on WGR presented by Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys, and brought to you in part by Window Nation, the perfect fit for your home and wallet. Bills OTAs yesterday, no Josh Allen, no James Cook. Likely for very different reasons. In the NBA, Tom Thibodeau fired as Knicks head coach after they reached the conference finals for the first time in 25 years, the Knicks letting him walk. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Well, it's never been about the production and the results to me, and that's something that we embody with it. It's when it's a run play, what does the backside receiver look like? When I'm running a route that I might not be the primary, but I'm opening it up for the other receiver, what does my body language look like? And so I believe all of that leads to points. But I think sometimes we get caught up in thinking that the result is the big picture, and it's not. I think good things, and when everybody eats, it's a mindset of just doing your job, and the results will take care of itself.
Joe Brady, Bills offensive coordinator Joe Brady. Everybody eats. Big slogan for the Bills offense last 2 years. There he kind of talks about it like it's very close to just do your job.
Yeah.
McDermott's had one. You're 111th. He says it has nothing to do with production or it's not that production doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And whatever, like this concept the Bills have had. I think last year they were out to prove a point that they could do it without Diggs, and they did prove that Josh Allen could run a great offense without a true number one receiver. Of course, they went out and then they upgraded their receiver core, so we'll see how things go this season. But I don't know, Joe. Like hearing Brady talk about that, Joe Brady talk about that, there's always one thing that's at odds with the idea that production doesn't matter, and that's that production does matter. Mm-hmm. If Keon Coleman has 400 yards this year, and the offense is top ranked, that matters for Keon Coleman. If Dalton Kincaid is a 1,100, 1,200 yard receiver, that matters. That is important. So, you can say production doesn't matter, but who produces determines who you keep, how your offense maintains, sustains, how your offense builds. So it's to me, there's a lot of it that's, of course, like slogan and everybody do your job. When the ball's not coming to you, do your job. That's important. That's good teamwork. That's being a good teammate.
Well, that's interesting that he mentions there, like, body language, and he gets right to, like the guys that aren't maybe the primary on the play.
Selling a play. Basically what he's talking about.
Because I'm thinking when that clip is playing, is he talking about Coleman? Because who else would he be talking about?
Yeah.
He's not talking about Mac Hollins from last year doing that type of stuff, right? He's not. I don't think he's talking about Khalil Shakir, with body language and doing that, that type of stuff. I kind of feel like he could be talking about Coleman there. But, and maybe he is a little different for them on production versus the process of it versus, as he talks there, like, what are you doing when you're not the focal point of the play? What are you doing when it's a run play? What are you doing when, hey, this play is designed to go to Khalil Shakir? What are you doing on the play? Because Coleman is going to be asked, I believe, to play a role that Mac Hollins played last year, which was you're on the field all the time, and when it was Mac Hollins, you're also not going to see the ball very often, right? Mac Hollins played, 700 snaps last year?
Yeah.
And how many times did he catch the football?
39.
39? So I've got 600 and whatever snaps where he's not getting the football. And this year, not to say Coleman will catch 30 passes. He caught 30 passes last year, didn't he, as a rookie?
Mac had 31.
Mac had 31. I think Coleman probably is more involved in that role in the offense, but I think Coleman is going to be the, hey, you're on the field all of these plays where you're not getting the football. That's your job is not just, contested catches and becoming a more refined route runner. Maybe he'll play more in the slot. It didn't sound like that to me yesterday.
No.
But for you, it's also, you're the dude that's always going to be out here when you're not getting the football. All of this other stuff is important to you.
Yeah, you got to sell that job. 803-0550 on the Bills receivers if you want. I want to bring this up kind of as a half-joking, half-fourth wall conversation where the Bills are going to be on Hard Knocks. And, Joe, the number of times that people say to me, like, oh, Hard Knocks, it's going to be on Hard Knocks. It's happened yesterday with our program director, that the clip of Bean yelling at us about wide receivers or whatever, getting spicy is what I like to say. Why are we talking about wide receivers? Like, that's going to be played as part of Hard Knocks, and then they'll do a package on the Bills wide receivers. And
it'll be a lead into them talking about wide receivers?
Who knows? Maybe it's a storyline that everyone kind of drums up. Things like they forgot about Josh Palmer, a thing we definitely did not do. But the question I wanted to ask, half in fun, in lightheartedly, is Elijah Moore a win for the receiver train? How does Elijah Moore fit into that if they're going to play that? If they're going to lean on, hey, why are you criticizing the receivers? That was before they signed Elijah Moore. Now Elijah Moore's on the team. And there are plenty of people talking like he is a big deal. And like expectations for him should be to be, I don't know, their second best receiver. Could he be their second best receiver? How hard would that be for him to be their second best receiver? Yesterday, I found from Judah Fortgang, who's a guy I follow on Twitter, and he does a bunch of stuff on wide receivers and plot charts about vertical. This one is about yards per vertical route separation. Mm-hmm. Did you see this chart?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
It's basically how open are you getting when you're running deep.
On vertical routes, yes. I'm going to go from the bottom of the NFL to this is 200 routes run, separation in the NFL on vertical routes. Last in the NFL was Keon Coleman. Second to last in the NFL was Curtis Samuel. Mm-hmm. Third last was Jalen Polk. Fourth last was Amari Cooper. Mm-hmm. 3 of the 4 worst separators on vertical routes were on the Bills. Mm-hmm. Then if you move further in, what do you see?
I'm surprised Matt Collins wasn't low on that list. He might be lower, but not bottom 4.
Khalil Shakir had a decent number here. He was relatively fine. Hollins, I don't know, maybe he didn't meet the threshold. Did he run 200 routes? It feels like he must have.
He had to have.
Anyway, the point that I'm getting to is that moving further up the board and passing a lot of players that you've heard of before is Josh Palmer.
Yeah.
And highest of anybody, actually above average in vertical route separation, is Elijah Moore.
Yeah.
That he's a guy that gets separation vertically, but just didn't get the ball. Like this plot chart, what it is how much separation did you get and how much do you get the ball. And you have some guys that don't separate that put up big numbers. That's George Pickens and Justin Jefferson. You've got some guys that did separate but didn't get the ball. And with this Bills offense, like part of it's probably the design, but in terms of just getting open down the field, the 2 players they've added in Elijah Moore and Josh Palmer do what they didn't have before. And to me, that's a big upgrade. Moore, though, the thing that's interesting to me, if he does well, are you going to sign him? I don't think you can. You've got Shakir, Samuel, and Palmer. I guess you would have to say goodbye to Samuel.
Samuel would be, especially if Moore, because you wouldn't expect both of them have great seasons.
No, you wouldn't. They're probably in direct competition to a degree.
Yeah, so if Moore is going to have this great year for the Bills, then I'm expecting Samuel's season maybe looks a lot like it did last year, where he makes a play here and there, and maybe a couple of them are important plays, like in the playoffs that he did, but the volume's not there, the role isn't that huge, maybe there's injury stuff, and if it goes that way, he's getting cut next year. He's not on the team. At best, they rework the contract so that it's super cheap. But they're not going to have a big cap hit to their 5th wide receiver if he's been passed. And then it's a Shakir contract and it's a Palmer contract.
Right.
And even if Moore had a great year, he's not earning some massive deal.
Is he earning 15? Is he earning?
He might be earning 15.
Yeah, right. Is he earning middle of the road receiver money?
I still wouldn't think the Bills are spending that much at receiver, though. If Elijah Moore earned a $15 million a year contract, I've got Shakir at $15 million, I've got Palmer at 12.
I know.
Comparison to the league, that's not that expensive. So,
wait. Compared to the league, those individual contracts are not that expensive compared to the top guys.
Yeah.
But compared to the league, having 3 guys on that amount of money per year actually is expensive. The Bills,
it would equate to about what Justin Jefferson makes.
The Bills have, as it is, a reasonably expensive receiver core on average annual value, like money paid. They really do. It's one of the things. Like, you're right. Jefferson's deal is $35 million. His cap hit this year is $8 million.
Yeah,
so
that's right.
It's one of the things about these contracts that they sign that are shorter term, that aren't loaded. Like, if you get a guy, Shakir's cap hit's probably a lot lower than his number, but the Bills, it's to me, it's one of the key points. They're not really saving a lot of money on receiver by doing what they're doing. Not at all. The teams that are saving money by churning in receivers, the Packers do that. Every Bills receiver will make more than Matthew Golden if Elijah Moore gets his contract to $5 million. Mm-hmm. Matthew Golden is making like $4 million. He was a first-round pick. So, the Bills can go with the second-tier receivers. They're not saving money by doing it.
But I guess they are keeping it in check to some degree, because Minnesota is going to have to pay Jordan. They're probably going to pay Jordan Addison at some point.
Maybe.
And then you've got teams like that. Not to say this is the better way to do it, but they're going to eventually be spending a lot more money than the Bills are at wide receiver. Right?
Maybe.
The Bengals are.
The Bengals are. Yes, several teams do spend more than the Bills at the position. But if we're just talking about actually how it is working, the Bills are not saving a lot of money at that position. They're spending.
Where do they rank in the league right now in terms of the position?
Average, I went just AAV, they were 11th.
Yeah. 11th most.
Yes.
That they're spending.
Because you have like shorter term contracts and you have Palmer and Palmer as 10 and Samuel as 9. Other teams, again, like no one's saying they can't win. We're just kind of in this discussion now about this approach that they have. Other teams don't spend that $9 million contract. In fact, now, like fitting it in with last year's conversation, when they signed Samuel, I said to you, that's interesting. I like this player. That's a weird number. Guys don't sign for that because you either get a big-ish kind of contract or you draft a guy. And the Bills giving a guy $9 million. Look at it. It's just you've got all these contracts at the top and then a big dip, and then you'd have lots of rookie contracts because it's just so much cheaper. So,
well, I do think more if he had a year.
Would they even want to re-sign him?
I think. Well, they're proving right now they're willing to have 3 middle-of-the-road contracts. So why wouldn't they want to do it next year?
Right.
Just replacing Samuel with Elijah Moore. If Moore is a better fit for it, especially when you just kind of pointed it out. This was, again, the Bean comments going back to that draft day. They ended up doing what I wanted to see them do in round 3 or round 4 at some point. Just add somebody in the receiver room that can run down the field.
Yeah.
Your quarterback wants to throw the ball down the field. Not all the time, but a good amount. He likes to chuck it deep because he's got the arm for it. And you don't really have a lot of guys where that is their best skill set. And then Bean comes on, and later that day, Elijah Moore's in town.
Yeah,
and they sign him, and okay, we're good. At least for me, the skill set part of it is now solved. And it's a player that's not a rookie. That was, to me, even better that you brought in a guy that's played in the league for 4 years rather than somebody that would have been a 3rd or a 4th round pick and how much of a role are they really going to have? How ready are they going to be for the NFL right away? This dude's played in the league, and you know he could play in the league. So now it's just how big is the role. So I like what he presents as a receiver. If he comes out and that is realized, he is catching balls down the field. He looks like the Bills' deep threat, and he can do all these other things. He's a well-rounded route runner. Man, I'm gonna be banging the drum for them to re-sign him. Not at if he has 850 yards for the Bills this year, and I don't even care about the touchdowns. He's not a big touchdown guy, but if he catches 50 passes for 800 plus yards this year, I'm gonna want them to re-sign him. 10 million, 15 million, something, cap goes up. Something around the Palmer contract. I pointed out earlier in the week or last week, he has the exact same stats in his career that Josh Palmer does. If he comes out and does it for the Bills, why shouldn't I give him exactly what Palmer gets?
Age, among other things, because you don't want 3 receivers making 11 to 13 million. You kind of don't want that.
Well, they might.
Yeah, that's odd.
They have it.
That's a little odd.
They kind of have what's not. It's 8 and 13.
Yeah,
that's what they have right now.
It's kind of strange to have that. Anyway, 8030550. Interesting receiver conversation. I think Moore's getting plenty of love out there, and we'll see if it comes to fruition. Jeremy and Joe, give us a ring, 8030550. Bills OTAs rolling along. We heard from both offensive coordinator and defensive coordinator yesterday. Got Joe Brady's thoughts on James Cook not being there, and plenty more to get to. It is 64 and sunny. It's a beautiful Wednesday. High of 85 today. Highs in the 70s for the foreseeable future. Summer is upon us. Happy Wednesday. Give us a ring. Pop on the YouTube chat. Make a comment, subscribe, join us any way you can here on WGR. At defensive end, are they a little bit of, if we may borrow from the very often used thing for the receivers, aren't they? Everybody eats at defensive end to a degree.
Yeah,
they've signed guys.
Definitely. Who could lead them in sacks? How many players could lead them in sacks?
2.
That's it. I was going to say 5 could lead them in sacks.
Who are the 5? Are you getting
Rousseau, Bosa, Ed Oliver?
Those were my 2. Ed Oliver, I would consider it.
I would consider it's possible. Maybe you're right. Because I wouldn't say
if you were about to throw Epinesa at me. No. I was going to say he's been traded 100 times by Bills fans this offseason.
No, I wouldn't say Epinesa. I wouldn't say Michael Hoyt. Right?
Okay, depending.
I wouldn't say Larry Ogunjobi.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say either of the rookies.
Right.
Okay.
It's possible.
All right, I might go to 3.
All right,
I might go to 3. I guess you're right, though. It's not as many as I thought in my mind that could be.
But it looks like a decent group. Maybe without any sort of single guy wrecking ball, but it looks pretty good. Now Elijah Moore's on the team. And there are plenty of people talking like he is a big deal. And like expectations for him should be to be, I don't know, their second best receiver. Could he be their second best receiver? How hard would that be for him to be their second best receiver? Yesterday, I found from Judah Fortgang, who's a guy I follow on Twitter, and he does a bunch of stuff on wide receivers and plot charts about vertical. This one is about yards per vertical route separation. Mm-hmm. Did you see this chart?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
It's basically how open are you getting when you're running deep.
On vertical routes, yes. I'm going to go from the bottom of the NFL to this is 200 routes run, separation in the NFL on vertical routes. Last in the NFL was Keon Coleman. Second to last in the NFL was Curtis Samuel. Mm-hmm. Third last was Jalen Polk. Fourth last was Amari Cooper. Mm-hmm. 3 of the 4 worst separators on vertical routes were on the Bills. Mm-hmm. Then if you move further in, what do you see?
I'm surprised Matt Collins wasn't low on that list. He might be lower, but not bottom 4.
Khalil Shakir had a decent number here. He was relatively fine. Hollins, I don't know, maybe he didn't meet the threshold that he run 200 routes. It feels like he must have.
He had to have.
Anyway, the point that I'm getting to is that moving further up the board and passing a lot of players that you've heard of before is Josh Palmer.
Yeah.
And highest of anybody, actually above average in vertical route separation, is Elijah Moore.
Yeah.
That he's a guy that gets separation vertically, but just didn't get the ball. Like this plot chart, what it is how much separation did you get and how much do you get the ball? And you have some guys that don't separate that put up big numbers. That's George Pickens and Justin Jefferson. You've got some guys that did separate but didn't get the ball. And with this Bills offense, like part of it's probably the design, but in terms of just getting open down the field, the 2 players they've added in Elijah Moore and Josh Palmer do what they didn't have before. And to me, that's a big upgrade. Join us in the fight against cancer by riding with Bulldog and WGR's Ride for Roswell team. Saturday, June 28th. Once you join the team, you receive an email to pick up your team shirt and water bottle at Tom's Pro Bikes on Walden Ave in Lancaster. Not a rider. You can still support the cause by donating to our team and helping us reach our goal of $10,000 before the ride. Visit WGR550.com for details. Go and ask Bulldog about his new putter.
His new putter?
He got a new putter.
Wow.
Yeah. He told the story on the afternoon show. He was out maybe buying a towel, a golf towel.
And he ended up with a putter?
He picked up a putter and putted 5 times on the practice screen. It's like, I made all these putts. I'm going to buy this putter now.
Wow.
Just the classic.
Yes.
Got by the green in the golf store.
I made 5 in a row.
Right.
I got to get it.
It's a behemoth. It's huge.
Yeah.
You got to see this thing. It's a monster.
It's like a giant mallet.
No, it's a double wide blade, but it's got like a 52-inch shaft, and the grip's like as long as my putter.
Wow.
It's crazy.
My putter, I've been using the same putter for a decade.
I've used the same putter since high school.
I'd be better off. I might putt better with my wedge. When you put the blade down, you just hit the blade because you forgot to bring your putter to the green. I'd like to see the analytics on that. Do I putt better with the blade of my wedge than my actual putter?
No way.
Not possible?
No, not possible. Not possible. Because you could every 10 times maybe kind of pick the blade up a little and top it.
No. I mean, I hit that thing pretty square.
I have actually seen putters that are just a leading edge. Just like a little blade, and it's supposed to get you a better roll.
How about that, Joe?
Why is it supposed to give you a better?
I think it makes you focus on hitting the equator of the ball a little better, or just rolls better.
But I don't have to. But that's the thing. I don't have to focus on hitting the equator of the ball if I just have a normal putter. It doesn't have to enter into my thought process. I can focus on the read and other things.
How's that going for you?
You know.
Yeah.
Here and there.
Listen, I got a new driver, so I don't need a new putter. Who needs a putter?
I thought that was you that texted that in the group chat.
No.
You've had that putter for so long, and I thought you had gotten a new putter.
I do need a new putter.
I think I'd putt with my 3-wood before I would want to putt with my wedge.
It's too long. It's way out here.
Yeah, just make it a like the Adam Scott putter.
You're gonna belly putt with your
belly putter.
3-wood?
Yeah, I'll do that. See how that goes.
803-0550. Also, by the way, the VIP, the golf card is still out there.
Yes.
And you can register for the Friday Foursome. If Friday Foursome with Encore Golf is back, ready to tee it up for free, every Friday we're giving away a foursome at one of the nearby fairways, Seneca Hickory Stick, Diamond Hawk, or Royal Niagara. I haven't been out there in a long time, but I remember that place. Plus a box of Encore golf balls, $25 Encore gift card. Enter now through August 21st at WGR550.com for your shot at the pin. That's WGR550.com. Enter to win a Friday foursome. We pull a winner every Friday. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Stanley Cup Finals begin tonight. Stanley Cup Final begins tonight in Edmonton. Jeremy and Joe, get some more of what happened yesterday at OTAs, what the coordinators had to say about it all. And Sal Capaccio joins us at 9 here on WGR. Now Elijah Moore's on the team. And there are plenty of people talking like he is coming up 2 days away. Big deal. And like expectations for him should be to be, I don't know, their second best receiver. Could he be their second best receiver? How hard would that be for him to be their second best receiver? Yesterday, I found from Judah Fortking, who's a guy I follow on Twitter, and he does a bunch of stuff on wide receivers and plot charts about vertical. This one is about yards per vertical route separation. Mm-hmm. Did you see this chart?
Yeah, I did.
Okay,
it's basically how open are you getting when you're running deep
on vertical routes? Yes, I'm going to go from the bottom of the NFL.
Yeah,
to this is 200 routes run. Separation in the NFL on vertical routes. Last in the NFL was Keon Coleman. Second to last in the NFL was Curtis Samuel. Mm-hmm. Third last was Jalen Polk. Fourth last was Amari Cooper. Mm-hmm. 3 of the 4 worst separators on vertical routes were on the Bills. Mm-hmm. Then if you move further in, what do you see?
I'm surprised Matt Collins wasn't low on that list. He might be lower, but not bottom 4.
Khalil Shakir had a decent number here. He was relatively fine. Hollins, I don't know, maybe he didn't meet the threshold. Did he run 200 routes? It feels like he must have.
He had to have.
Anyway, the point that I'm getting to is that moving further up the board and passing a lot of players that you've heard of before is Josh Palmer.
Yeah.
And highest of anybody, actually above average in vertical route separation, is Elijah Moore.
Yeah.
That he's a guy that gets separation vertically, but just didn't get the ball. Like this plot chart, what it is how much separation did you get and how much do you get the ball? And you have some guys that don't separate, that put up big numbers. That's George Pickens and Justin Jefferson. You've got some guys that did separate, but didn't get the ball. And with this Bills offense, like part of it's probably the design, but in terms of just getting open down the field, the 2 players they've added in Elijah Moore and Josh Palmer do what they didn't have before. And to me, that's a big upgrade. Steve in Niagara Falls to open things up this morning. Hey, Steve, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Appreciate it. And again, one of the things I always thank you guys for is keeping us engaged with the Bills all year round when the season's not going on. So it's very, very thankful. It helps me get through the workday.
Yeah.
Regarding the Josh Allen not being on the Bills, or with what they would be without a year without Josh Allen, what their record would be with, say, Sam Darnold or a serviceable quarterback. All I could think about was the drought Bills. That's probably where they would be. They always had pretty good defenses and decent weapons. I mean, on offense, I think back to Eric Mold, I think back to Peerless Price, to Lee Evans, to some of the receivers we've seen come through here. And I think about what would some of those drought team Bills records be with Josh Allen.
Yeah.
And that might be something we've talked about before in the past, but I do try to think of, how good Eric Mold would have been if he had Josh Allen throwing to him. He was already one of my favorite receivers to ever play for them. And I just imagine how much better he would have been if he had a QB like Josh Allen. So that takes into account, same thing with Elijah Moore, what's he going to be with Josh Allen now? So a lot of ways you can go with it, but I was just really thinking, certain teams back in the drought era, how good would they have been with Josh Allen under center? Mm-hmm. That's really all I got. I just want to hear your thoughts on it, guys. Thanks.
Stephen, before you hang up, I want to get your thought, because as you lay this out, I start typing out a question on Twitter that it might make people mad, but I'll ask it. Would Josh Allen have led any of the drought year Bills to the AFC Championship game?
I think about the years with, and one of the guys I always go back to is the linebacking core we had with London Fletcher and Steel Spikes.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Nate Clements was on that team, and Winfield. And I do think that with Josh Allen under center, I think he could have pulled off a Super Bowl with some of those defenses we had. And that's just my personal opinion, but I think that they were good enough. They just needed that guy under center. And that's really how I feel about it.
Thanks, Steve. They won 9 games a bunch of time, right? Or no, sorry, 7 games. They're 7-9 3 straight years with your around 7-9.
They did win 9 twice, though, right?
That's
2004, right. And then
once with Marone when they got that cheesy win in New England. But
I think that's the team my mind went to immediately when he asked this question. Game 1 of the Stanley Cup final tonight. You can listen to it here on WGR. 8 o'clock puck drop for Oilers and Panthers. Connor Brown going back into the Edmonton lineup. Jeff Skinner coming out. Coverage of the Stanley Cup final on WGR, presented by Field Car and Joyce, your border attorneys. Brought to you by Window Nation, the perfect fit for your home and wallet. Bills OTAs yesterday. Joe Brady and Bobby Babich both spoke with the media. Find that on our website, WGR550.com. No Josh Allen at OTAs, no James Cook at OTAs for very different reasons. Elsewhere around the league, Micah Parsons will be attending team's minicamp, despite the fact that he's looking for a new contract from Dallas, but he will not be holding out. Also, the Steelers have renewed conversations with the Dolphins on a Jonnu Smith trade, and that deal is still alive, according to Adam Schefter. In the NBA, Knicks fire head coach Tom Thibodeau after reaching the conference finals for the first time. The Knicks doing it for the first time in 25 years. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Just me being a guy that's been in that position, whereas I got here, we had Kyle Williams, Lorenzo Alexander, guys like that. So I don't want to mess up when I'm the youngest guy on the field and the guys, so I can understand the position he's in. So the only thing I could do is just give him little nuggets in his ear here and there, because he already has everybody else in his ear. So I just want to kind of just slow play it and just know that, let him know like anything he needs, any questions. Like I'm here to be a resource for sure.
Tre'Davious White, veteran leader, back with the Bills. He was talking about how difficult it is to be a cornerback, a young corner. And as he's laying it out, I thought back to the start of his career, which we remember as pretty... I mean, he was good right away.
He was good immediately.
He was good right away.
Like, he was their number one corner immediately.
Yeah. There was only one... Do you remember one moment, one blip, one speed bump along the way in his rookie season?
When he ran out into the field and grabbed the other team's play sheets?
Actually,
I don't remember.
Wasn't he already on the field and the sheets were blowing around, kind of came to him?
No, that's right. He was on the field, sheets blowing around.
Yeah.
He grabs them, reads them.
I think about a game.
I don't think that was his rookie year, actually.
I'll pull it up. I think about a game. I think it's his rookie season. The Bills play the Cincinnati Bengals that day.
Okay.
And A.J. Green lights him up. That's what I remember. They lost to the Bengals 20-16. It's week 4 for him.
Okay.
It's week 4 for Trey White. And, as he's laying out this story about being a young player in the NFL at corner is tough. It's hard to do. A.J. Green, 77-yard touchdown pass, first quarter. I think that's on him.
Okay.
And after that game, he was upset, emotional.
Green went 7 for 189 and a touchdown in that game.
Yeah. So A.J. Green got him a couple times. And how it must be a little bit different for Hairston than it would be for Trey White. And I think what I was pulling out of this is maybe not exactly what Trey White was saying yesterday, but Trey White talked about how it's tough to be a rookie. And if you come to this team, think about what Max Hairston's job is. All right, hey, welcome to the league. You're a corner in the NFL. That's a very hard job. You're going to play against some awesome receivers. And you come to a team that, by the way, you walk in the door, we win all the time.
Yeah.
And there's tons of veterans on this team. You're the new guy. Good luck. The pressure that comes with being a first-round pick, the pressure that comes with being a corner in the league, where you're only really going to be remembered for getting the ball on a takeaway or getting roasted.
Yeah.
And I think back to corners of years past. Once you get on the wrong side of people, they only see you getting beat. Gilmore was this, right? Gilmore would give up like 3 touchdowns in a year or 1 touchdown in a year. And it would be, this guy's no good. There are hundreds of touchdowns scored in the NFL on good defenders. Maybe not hundreds. But the point is just, Hairston walks in and people have high expectations. They're supposed to be good.
Yeah.
Don't get us beat. It's really don't get us beat.
Especially in a game that matters, like when if they play tough for him. I mean, what Trey says there, if they play the Chiefs in a playoff game again this year, Andy Reid's probably going into that playoff game attacking Max Hairston if he's in the lineup by then, which you'd hope he would be.
Sure.
Depending on how the season goes. I mean, I guess he could be like the best rookie. He could be Trey White level rookie corner. But otherwise, like, that's the dude they're going to go after, isn't it? In a big, meaningful playoff game, like at least there's a good chance of that.
Maybe
there's a good chance that you're going to be under the microscope. They're going to be targeting you because not just you're a rookie, but also the dude on the other side is amazing, and they're not going to want to go after him.
Yeah, I mean, the playoffs are months and months away, and we'll see 17 games of Hairston by the time we get to there, provided he stays healthy. I'm thinking about Baltimore Week 1. Like, Baltimore Week 1 is
they'll go after.
Here's Zay Flowers. Good luck.
Yeah,
Zay Flowers didn't play the last time the Ravens played here. Or if it's week 2, 3, 4, like
even week 1, the guy's not as good anymore. But I'm already imagining like Baltimore attacking him with DeAndre Hopkins in week 1.
Possibly,
he's not as good anymore as he used to be. But that's a big body receiver that is an expert at the position. He's not as athletic anymore, but he's been in the league for how many years? The dude is smart. Like, that's the type of veteran that a team I could see attacking him
Hopkins' separation score on ESPN was like one of the top in the league last year, even though he didn't put up big numbers and get a lot of throws.
Yeah.
And it's, of course, like, I'm not sitting here expecting Hairston to struggle. It's just, if you really think about who has pressure, Kaiir Elam came in with pressure, and his first camp, they've got boxing gloves or mittens on him so he can't hold, and it just never gets off the ground. And there's a part of me that wonders, with Hairston, I think it'll go fine. He's got a lot of ability. He's got good feet. Like, he's the opposite of Elam in a lot of ways from what the scouting reports say. So I've got high hopes for Hairston, but there's no doubt that the pressure is right away.
Yeah,
is going to be big.
Well,
on a veteran-laden defense.
Will they let him take his lumps and figure it out early? With the idea that maybe by the second half of the year he's grown and he's figured a couple of things out that maybe he wasn't ready for at the start of the year, because it's not going to be perfect.
Are you laying?
It would be stunning if he showed up and it looked perfect.
Are you laying out a scenario where he sits behind Trey White because they trust Trey White that knows the defense, something like that? Because I'm
laying out almost a fear of that.
Sure, that's something that has happened in other positions where it's about who we trust in that spot rather than a guy that's going to kind of get through the growing pains.
Right. When it's easy to say, it's harder, I feel like, to say it when it's happening and the season is undergoing. But right now, I'd want to tell you, I would hope that even if, sure, in the first month of the year, Trey White is a more trustworthy option than Hairston, that they would still play Hairston.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're trying to grow him into a player that could be something more athletically than what Trey White is anymore by the time you get to the games that really matter in January. And you're right, like, there are a couple of instances in the past. James Cook comes to mind. There aren't many more than that, but there are a couple where, this Elam is a little bit of this too, right? Like, Elam, they never let him go through his lumps, and he probably wouldn't have figured it out anyway, but who's to say? If Hairston shows up and in training camp it's, he's getting beat a little bit here, he's a little off there technique-wise, but it's good enough and it's close enough to the other guys that Ty goes to, or we give a little bit of a boost to the guy that we think is going to grow into something. And they've done that at guard. They've done that at other positions. They did do it a little bit with Benford. Even though Elam they didn't throw in there right away to the Wolves when he was a rookie, they did do it with Christian Benford, who was a 6th-round rookie.
Wasn't that necessity?
Someone had to play, right? White was hurt at that point in time. This could be a little bit of that, though.
Could be.
I don't know what Trey White's going to look like. He could be trustworthy upstairs, but what if he's cooked? What if he can't cover guys anymore? He could a little bit in Baltimore at the end last year. He could not in L.A. I don't know what he's going to look like if you have to play him at the beginning of the year. He could get torched.
803-0550, our phone number on the Bills, who are at OTAs. One thing I heard yesterday, a conversation in the afternoon show that I thought was kind of juicy, the Knicks firing Tom Thibodeau.
Yes. After their best year.
Ascending to the conference final.
Yeah.
And the idea that you think someone else is the guy to get you over the top.
Yep.
And they got into it about, Thibodeau as it compares to McDermott. Mm-hmm. Is McDermott in any real sort of spot where ownership would say, man, you know what? I feel like you're not the guy to get us over the top. Because there are plenty of fans that conversation really doesn't happen from, March until September.
Yeah.
It's training camp. You kind of, you lay down your arms, and then here comes September, and if they lose to the Ravens, like, you're picking those weapons up, you're ready to go. You're ready to go right back on McDermott. This year, they will have expectations that are high. The roadmap really is such that, anything outside of what is a disappointing season? Are we at making the Super Bowl? We've talked Super Bowl or bust in the past.
Yeah.
And I always say, like, well, what is or bust? Like, I have trouble with that. But it really does feel like this time around, everything that has lined up for them, they got to stay healthy. That's a big part of it during the actual season. But everything's lined up. The schedule, the division, the other divisions that you're competing with, they look like they're meat grinders. Yours doesn't. Get the 1 seed, get some home games. beat those good teams that you struggle to beat in the playoffs. I mean, that's the Chiefs, really. And maybe the Bengals, and you did beat the Ravens. But I feel like McDermott is super safe. I won't change that for quite some time. But it's not like the pressure isn't going up this year. Will he ever get treated like a Mike McCarthy?
For him,
would he ever get treated like one of those guys? Like Mike McCarthy? The Bills are a team that's on in prime time, where Stephen A. and the assorted, hot take industry is coming for McDermott because it feels like they don't.
No, I don't really think they do, and I don't really know what it would take for them to do it. And that could be a factor here also. I mean, the Knicks are it's New York City. It's the NBA, right? The Knicks are, when they're good especially, they're a national story. More than even just a local story. So there's that, and you have a big market that, I don't know, like is that part of it different too? The fact that it is New York City, it's the Knicks, it's Madison Square Garden, that operation you would just expect to operate a little bit differently, or even a lot differently than
Buffalo,
than the Buffalo Bills would. I mean,
I think it's more about owners than markets.
More about the owner itself,
Yeah.
and I think that's probably right, because I don't have any expectation that Terry Pegula would want to move on from Sean McDermott
in the midst of
anytime
so much
soon,
success, right?
And I really wonder ever. I wonder ever, because if they never won it, if they never win it, which I think they will, but if they never win it, I would tell you wouldn't be surprised if McDermott gets the whole of Allen's career, and maybe beyond that. That they just would never. Why would they do it? Why would they ever move off of it? Because, I mean, is there a thought about how it goes on the hockey end of things? And like I got this right on the football end. Look what's happening over. I don't want to go into that. How afraid would they be, or would he be, of going into a new relationship with a new coach when Allen is your quarterback? Like, I don't know that comes into the picture enough when this conversation comes up. Not to rush McDermott out the door to say I want him fired right now. I don't. But there is something about the idea that he's just going to go forever, regardless of whether they win the Super Bowl or not, while Allen is their quarterback. The uncomfortable feeling of if they do never win it, having to wonder forever, like, I never got to see it with a different guy. I never got to see it with a different coach, because I am personally not afraid of that future. I don't think it's like the Sabres at all. I do not think with Josh Allen as their quarterback, it could be horrific. That they could be a bad team. That they could be anything near what the hockey team is.
I should check the results of yesterday's Twitter poll. Would Allen have led a drought team to the AFC Championship game?
Right.
Like any one of those drought teams?
That's where the NBA maybe is similar in one regard here to having a quarterback like Allen. When the Knicks fire Tom Thibodeau, I don't imagine they're worried at all about the floor dropping out, because that sport is all about your stars. And they've got a couple of them that are not going anywhere anytime soon. They have a floor. They have a baseline, because that sport is all about a couple of stars. You're going to be a really good team. They've got them. They don't have to worry about bottoming out for whoever they hire as a head coach. And I do think the similarity there is you've got Josh Allen. And in that way, I think you can treat it more like the NBA does than other NFL teams do. Because that league churns coaches out. Even after they win. The Suns fired their coach a year after he was in the NBA Finals. The Nuggets just fired their coach in the regular season, Mike Malone, a couple months ago. He won the title a year and a half ago.
Yeah.
So that sport churns them out. But why? Because it's so reliant on who your best players are. The coaches are more, they're exposed or, disposable. They're more disposable. And not to say McDermott is disposable or football coaches are disposable. I think they are more replaceable, though, when your quarterback is a guy like Josh Allen.
Well, how much of everything you just laid out is that a football coach's job is much more complex and comprehensive than an NBA head coach.
It is a lot more.
I mean, you got to deal with how many more people, and you've got to you've got to hire as many.
You mean even just like your staff?
I just mean everything.
Yeah, I mean that's probably
an
triple.
NFL coach's staff is bigger than an NBA coach's roster.
Yeah, that's probably right. Yeah.
A lot of these teams have 25 people on their staff.
And a basketball roster is like 14.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
It's just a bigger job that might lend to some of why there's not as much changeover. On the McDermott point about would you if he coached Allen for his entire career and they came up short, would you feel like, I only got it to try that with one coach? That would be unavoidable. There's no doubt about it. But that would be true of the GM also. That would be true of, everybody really.
That's true.
It really is Allen. It's not quite Allen versus the world. That's not it. But the belief in Allen is so strong that it shapes so many decisions in so many ways the Bills and Bills fans feel about the team. Why do you want to get James Cook out of here if you're someone that says, you don't need that guy? It's because Josh Allen is so good that the line with Allen, you're going to get built-in run game success. Ray Davis can do that job. And then when Ray Davis does do that job, people want to replace him. And if Josh Palmer has a couple of good seasons, should they bring him back? No, just get somebody else here. The interchangeability of the offense is driven by Allen being so good. That's kind of what Bean is standing on. Hey, we were amazing last year offensively. Well, yeah, you have an amazing quarterback. And it doesn't matter if any one player kind of pops or breaks out here. The thing I would say about where this would ultimately go if it keeps falling short, I don't know. Should I borrow something from Matthew Fairburn's article about Kevin Adams, how it was someone in the organization that kind of just rose up through the ranks, was close to the owner, and then that's who replaces the GM if they ever wanted to do that? That doesn't really happen on the coaching side. But I don't think so. I tend to agree with you. I think I might be closer to wondering if it ever breaks up than when it breaks up. Right. If they don't meet expectations.
I really think it might never break up.
Then again, they always do meet expectations. They really do. I know sometimes it's an 11-6 season and it's the divisional round, but that's expectations. But when's the last time they really, truly fell short? It's a loss to the Chiefs at home. When's the last time?
But that is short.
It's not.
It should be short. For the Knicks, that's short.
The Knicks
for other organizations, it's short.
The Knicks just went as far as they've been in 25 years.
And to
say that's short is kind of rich.
But they feel like they topped out.
Sure, but no team should actually just flat out expect the Super Bowl. Outside of maybe the Chiefs.
Not maybe in 1 year, but over the course of several years, I think you can. I think when you have a guy this good and you get there's a certain amount of period of time where your expectation should be to win a Super Bowl. Sure. And maybe it's tougher when you're combining seasons like that.
If you have a quarterback this good, you should appear in a Super Bowl. Yes.
Right.
Appear. I'll even start there.
Yeah, get to one in the first place. Because otherwise, that to me sounds like, I am good just lining up and having the same season over and over and over, which that doesn't mean it's not fun. That doesn't mean it's not way better than the alternative, but the alternative's not the bar anymore. When this conversation comes up, I so often hear about what McDermott and the Bills, what it used to be, where they've taken this organization. They have absolutely done that, and every fan should feel grateful that they have allowed this era to exist and brought the quarterback here and all of it. But that's not the conversation anymore. The alternative is no longer a 17-year playoff drought.
No, that's right.
You have Josh Allen at quarterback. The bar should be so much higher, so much higher.
But it is
than when they got here.
It is so much higher. Here's how I'll ask it. What would be a bad season?
A bad season?
Yeah, what would be a bad season?
A bad season is, for them right now, it's losing in the divisional round.
Okay, so
that's a bad season.
So the conference championship is the expectation.
It's your minimum.
Minimum is a conference championship appearance. Okay.
For me to say that it wasn't a bad season, yes.
Losing to a higher seed in the divisional round, is that a bad? That's a bad season?
Yeah, yes.
Losing on the road in Kansas City,
I think
in the divisional round is a bad season.
You have one of the 3 best quarterbacks in the league. You better be one of the 4 teams standing at the end, or else you didn't meet it. Your quarterback should set your expectation. Your quarterback says you should be one of the 3 best teams in the league every single year. If you're you're one of the 8, the final 8, that's not enough. Because we have discussion about their league ranking all the time where I'm not comparing them to Carolina or to Tampa Bay or to the AFC South. Like your bar, your competition is Baltimore, and it is Kansas City, and it is Cincinnati to an extent, and even on the other side, Philadelphia. And if you fall before all of those other teams do, like, I'm sorry, that's not a good season. Not by the standard they have set.
Would you own the team? You would flat out say to the coach, it comes down to one game then. You're in the divisional round. If you win this game, you've met my expectation. If you lose this game, you're not.
I mean, I wouldn't say that to him directly.
But that would be that's where you're slicing it off.
In my head,
you're
that's
slicing
where,
it at good year or whatever. Not even good year, but the minimum is conference championship, and anything less is a failure.
Yes.
1 seed, divisional round loss. I could paint a million pictures. I won't make you do this. They lose on a Tyler Bass field goal.
I think you're not meeting the bar the quarterback has set for you. Yes. The quarterback dictates you should be better than one of the final 8 teams in the league.
Okay. When, if ever, does this turn any bit away from McDermott and towards Bean?
That's, by the way, not to say that I would fire McDermott even if they lost in the divisional round like this year or whatever. Like, I wouldn't be on to firing guys, but it would get me closer. It would get me closer to it.
When's it turn a little away from McDermott and any bit towards Bean?
If they continue to not have draft picks show up and produce for them
in the early rounds.
Yeah, because
they had draft picks show up and produce. They just extended 4 of them this offseason.
That's right. Maybe it's early picks then for this a little bit.
8030550. I think
that's a good question, though.
That's a conversation that doesn't really happen.
You're
much.
right, and that's a good question because shouldn't it be equal? The conversation's never equal. The conversation's always about McDermott.
Right.
But Bean, I think, should be on an equal playing field with him with all of it.
8030550. A Joe Brady comment to kind of tie that in, how they ended last season. Denny, Andrew, we'll get right to your calls on the other side. We're up against a break. Want to make sure we get time for your calls in. So we're wide open. 8030550. Joe says the bar is the championship game. That's it. Anything else is bad. I'm not necessarily disagreeing. 8030550, our number on WGR. This year, they will have expectations that are high. The roadmap really is such that, I mean, anything outside of what is a disappointing season? Are we at making the Super Bowl? We've talked Super Bowl or bust in the past.
Yeah.
And I always say, like, well, what is or bust? Like, I have trouble with that. But it really does feel like this time around, everything that has lined up for them, they got to stay healthy. That's a big part of it during the actual season. But everything's lined up. The schedule, the division, the other divisions that you're competing with, they look like they're meat grinders. Yours doesn't. Get the 1 seed, get some home games, beat those good teams that you struggle to beat in the playoffs. I mean, that's the Chiefs, really. And maybe the Bengals, and you did beat the Ravens. But I feel like McDermott is super safe. I won't change that for quite some time. But it's not like the pressure isn't going up this year. Now Elijah Moore's on the team. And there are plenty of people talking like he is a big deal. And like expectations for him should be to be, I don't know, their second best receiver. Could he be their second best receiver? How hard would that be for him to be their second best receiver? Yesterday, I found from Judah Fortgang, who's a guy I follow on Twitter, and he does a bunch of stuff on wide receivers and plot charts about vertical. This one is about yards per vertical route separation. Mm-hmm. Did you see this chart?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
It's basically how open are you getting when you're running deep.
On vertical routes, yes. I'm going to go from the bottom of the NFL to this is 200 routes run, separation in the NFL on vertical routes. Last in the NFL was Keon Coleman. Second to last in the NFL was Curtis Samuel. Mm-hmm. Third last was Jalen Polk. Fourth last was Amari Cooper. Mm-hmm. 3 of the 4 worst separators on vertical routes were on the Bills. Mm-hmm. Then if you move further in, what do you see?
I'm surprised Matt Collins wasn't low on that list. He might be lower, but not bottom 4.
Khalil Shakir had a decent number here. He was relatively fine. Hollins, I don't know, maybe he didn't meet the threshold. Did he run 200 routes? It feels like he must have.
He had to have.
Anyway, the point that I'm getting to is that moving further up the board and passing a lot of players that you've heard of before is Josh Palmer.
Yeah.
And highest of anybody, actually above average in vertical route separation, is Elijah Moore.
Yeah.
That he's a guy that gets separation vertically, but just didn't get the ball. Like this plot chart, what it is how much separation did you get and how much do you get the ball? And you have some guys that don't separate that put up big numbers. That's George Pickens and Justin Jefferson. You've got some guys that did separate but didn't get the ball. And with this Bills offense, like part of it's probably the design, but in terms of just getting open down the field, the 2 players they've added in Elijah Moore and Josh Palmer do what they didn't have before. And to me, that's a big upgrade.
Bills OTAs kicking back up for the week yesterday. No Josh Allen or James Cook on hand. We heard from Bobby Babich and Joe Brady. You can find that on our website, WGR550.com. Oilers and Panthers tonight, 8 o'clock in Edmonton. We'll have the game here on WGR, coverage of the Stanley Cup Final on WGR, presented by Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys, and brought to you in part by Window Nation, the perfect fit for your home and wallet. Elsewhere in football, the Jonnu Smith trade idea is back alive. Adam Schefter says the Steelers renewed conversations with the Dolphins about Smith yesterday. Tom Thibodeau fired as head coach of the New York Knicks after reaching the conference finals. It was the first time the Knicks had done that in 25 years, but they let go of their head coach. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
I think when you reflect back, you always reflect back on how you got to find ways to be better. Like, we didn't do what we wanted to do, and that falls on me. I have to do a better job. And so I don't think like that. I'm so excited when our guys have success. I loved seeing Josh, win MVP. I love seeing our guys in the Pro Bowl. I love seeing our guys rewarded with contracts. That's them, and they get rewarded for it. I have to continue to find ways for us to get better. That's not just focusing on the things that we did bad. We have to find out what we did well last year and making sure that, when teams are studying us and figuring us out, that we're continuing to evolve from that standpoint as well.
Bills offensive coordinator Joe Brady at yesterday's OTAs. Rolling through this week. No James Cook, no Josh Allen. No surprise on either one of those. Jeremy and Joe, good Wednesday morning. It'll be nice today, 85 degrees. At some point today, I want to talk about the watermelon chart. Do you know what the watermelon? Do you know the watermelon chart?
What is the watermelon chart?
We can get some calls in here on McDermott and stuff. But the watermelon chart. When you go to buy a watermelon, are you going informed, or are you just blindly picking one out of the bin?
I let my wife decide which watermelon we're gonna purchase.
Does she know the chart?
I don't know.
All right.
Isn't there like you try to feel how firm it is with a watermelon?
That's avocados.
Avocados
And maybe other things, but
yeah, not a watermelon.
No,
you would need two hands probably to do that anyway.
If you get a mushy watermelon, send that thing back. Yeah, you don't.
Well, also if it's mushy and you squeeze too hard, the watermelon explodes right there in the middle of the grocery store.
I'll get you.
That would be tough.
News you can use the watermelon chart in a little bit. Denny in Niagara Falls. Hey, Denny. Good morning.
Hey, how you doing? Hey, it's definitely going to be time for a change. If they don't at least make the Super Bowl, you know what? Sometimes the voice gets stale. Look, the guy is incredible. So is Bean. They're wonderful people, but you got a once-in-a-generational type quarterback. I mean, they had the same thing in 2016 with Cam Newton. Bean was the assistant GM. What do they call it? McDermott was defensive coordinator. They were under Ron Rivera the whole nine. In fact, let's just be honest. Josh Allen is 10 times the quarterback Cam Newton ever was, and they actually made the Super Bowl. Granted, they lost. That was the one where Cam Newton didn't even dive after the fumble, which he'll always be known for. I can never see Josh Allen not going after a ball like that. But anyway, the bottom line is they actually overachieved that year. They have better personnel. They have no reason not to be there. They're going to be there because now they're kind of like Tom Brady with the Patriots, and they're going to win the AFC East. So you're going to make the playoffs. I mean, if for them, let's be honest, if any team knocked them out this year, I don't care how much New England's improved with the Vrabel as a coach, all of us would have our mouths dropping to the floor. They're going to make the playoffs. I don't care if they make it as a wild card. I don't care if they make it as a division winner, but they got to get over the hump. And the problem with this team is with a guy like McDermott who's so focused on the defense, offense is what's going to win in this type of league now. I mean, you could barely even touch the quarterback. So they need somebody with that mindset. I was praying that they would have given at least the enemy a chance, picked up Detroit's former offensive coordinator, who's now the head coach at Chicago, or to be honest with you, even Harbaugh, one of those guys. But they didn't. They were never going to pull the trigger because he's attached to the hip with Bean. Bean's not going to do it. So unless they both leave, it's not happening. You're going to be stuck with what you got, and I hate to say it, I don't think they're going to get over the top, and it's a shame because they really, really remind me of like the Atlanta Braves in baseball.
One quick question: which coach that has not yet won a Super Bowl do you think will? With any team?
With any team?
Yeah.
That hasn't won one?
Yep.
I'll be honest with you. I actually, this is going to sound outlandish. If they stick it out with Brian Dable, I think that if they allow him to go through, I think that he's a better coach. He's a better fit here. I think he'll win one before McDermott. But it will probably be Harbaugh, to be honest with you, with the Chargers.
All right. Harbaugh's been to one before. Thanks, Denny. I only asked that question because
Dable.
Well, listen, if you're playing the game, I don't think this guy will get over the top.
Yeah.
Not to say Denny is doing this, but that's an industry. This guy won't win. Most don't. If you spent your entire life saying every NFL coach would not win the big one, your hit rate would be like 98%. That's correct. Who won the big one this year? Nick Sirianni. Okay, add him to the list of guys that has. You could have said he couldn't win one until this year. Then he did. And it's Andy Reid. I've got John Harbaugh on one side. Jim Harbaugh has been to a Super Bowl and got down to like the 10-yard line to win it, to beat John Harbaugh. I don't really There's one stat out there, right? No coach and quarterback have won together after 5 years together.
Yeah.
So McDermott doesn't fit that. He might blow that up if they win the Super Bowl. The one thing I'll push back on quite a bit, I think anybody out there should stop looking at Bean and McDermott as if they must be connected. Bean doesn't have the power to fire McDermott. He doesn't. Like, Bean's not going to pull the trigger. It's not up to Bean. He doesn't get to fire McDermott.
Mm-hmm.
The owner would be the guy that makes the decision. The two of them report to the owner. They do not report to one another. There's not a hierarchy where one could fire the other. They could go to the owner and make the request. So it's just, if you are ready for a change, I don't think you need to approach it as both of them would be gone. I think instead you would approach it as which one is going to stay and have input on his replacement for the other guy. That's my read on it all. I don't think you should treat them like they are a package deal.
Yeah. Bean might not have the power to fire McDermott. The quarterback does.
If the
quarterback wants a new head coach, the quarterback's getting a new head coach. I don't believe the quarterback is going to do that, and there's no reason to believe that he would anytime soon. But Aaron Rodgers, Tom Brady, those are two quarterbacks that were not in the middle of their careers, these power dynamic QB guys that exercise the power that they really had.
Those guys.
Once they got into their 30s, maybe for them it was a little bit more in their mid-30s. I mean, Brady wasn't until really at the end in New England, right? They started going, oh, you know what? I run this show. I'm the most valuable individual in this organization. I want this. I'm going to flex my muscle and I'm going to get it. They eventually got there. Josh Allen is I'm one of the boys. I am a 111th guy. I am part of the team, right? You tell me I'm the quarterback, you're the coach, you're the GM. Like, he is very not like what Rodgers became and even what Brady became, I think. That doesn't mean he never will. To me, the most likely way that they would ever get rid of the coach or the GM without...
As if the quarterback pushed it.
The quarterback would have to start there, which is another reason why I don't really think it's ever going to happen. Because I don't know that I see that in him. At least I don't right now. But in 5 years, if they still haven't won, maybe the quarterback says, I want to do something else.
Maybe.
Not like go somewhere else.
Then,
I want something else here.
You could have a situation where the player wants that and it's just not honored. Like, sorry. But then, again, that comes down to the owner, the person making the decisions that are above the coach. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. So Josh is going to be on Snickers wrappers. See that? No. He's doing Snickers.
Okay.
And somebody in the chat said to look up the Snickers Super Bowl conspiracy. A quick Google of that turned up nothing. So if anybody out there knows the Snickers Super Bowl conspiracy, apparently the Bills are going to win because it's not a curse. It's Josh is doing ads with Snickers.
Snickers, the gold standard candy bar you'd want to be on. It's a little overrated for me, the Snickers. Twix wasn't available.
Here we go. This is what I want to ask you.
I would be on, if I were Josh Allen, I'd want to be on the Twix. Come on, I want to be on that.
Dual threat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I guess Snickers has a lot of things going on.
Well, I mean, there are two Twix. That's all I meant is dual threat.
Oh, I see.
Snickers as a football player, who is
the Snickers?
I feel like it's reliable. It's good. It's is it the best? Meh.
No, not the best.
Not the best.
Not the best.
Really functional, though.
Too much. A little too much going on.
Andrew in Rochester. Hey, Andrew.
Hey, guys. I think the Snickers is a left tackle.
Okay, I like it. I like that. Yes. Every once in a while, it makes sense. You need one.
So you'd put Deion Dawkins on the Snickers then?
Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
They're, like you said, they're reliable. They're always there. But on the McDermott thing, I think McDermott and Allen are married together. And the only way I see them getting rid of McDermott is if they, have a collapse of the season and don't make the playoffs. But then, how do they not make the playoffs? It's probably because Allen is out for most of the year.
Yeah.
And then does he get a pass for that? And so the other caller was like, I wanted Ben Johnson and I wanted Harbaugh. Well, those guys, if the Bills make it to the playoffs like they will in this division right now, every year, they're going to go on a little bit of a – they're going to be in it for a while when those guys are already hired by the time they're out. So anyone that you want is going to be gone. And then what do you do? Okay, so you fire them. Well, now are you hiring from in-house? Well, now you're under the McDermott tree. So, I think they're together until, like Joe said, Allen speaks up and is like, no, I need somebody new in here.
Right.
So that's kind of where I'm at.
Yeah, it is weird if they were ever to do it, the timing of it all. I would say to this, though, that the way the league is, not everything comes out of nowhere. Not everything is when you learn about it. If in 3 years it was closer to, okay, it's got to happen this year. If they lose in the divisional round to the Chiefs again, or they lose in the wild card round, like, this really could be it. And you're a hot candidate out there. You talk to your agent, you hear about things, whispers that are happening in the league. If you have any indication that the Bills job could become available and you're a hot candidate, you wait for that job because you want to coach Josh Allen. Rather than, let me go take the Cardinals job because it's the first one available. You wait 2 weeks to see if the Bills job really does become available. So
you might be waiting 2 years, 20 years.
I'm not. That's another point towards like, well, you might not just get whoever you want if you were to let go of McDermott. I think you could get anybody you want if they ever moved off him. You could get any coach you want.
I'd agree with that. Yeah, it'd be a very highly coveted position. 803-0550 to join us in 1-888-550-2550. You know what the Winter Classic is this year?
Mexico City.
That's actually not that far off of a guess.
Really? I was going to say they keep going south.
It's not that far off.
It's not that far off. Is it in Dallas?
It's in...
Like at Jerry World?
No, it's
that would have been a good one.
It's at the Marlins Stadium. The upcoming Winter Classic is at Lone Depot Park. Rangers
with the fish tank?
Rangers and Panthers.
Or do they not have the fish tank anymore?
That's the Winter Classic this year.
What is it, Rangers and Panthers?
Rangers and Panthers. The reason I looked this up...
Big rivalry, the New York Rangers and the Florida Panthers. Tampa wasn't available?
We are not that far from the 20-year anniversary. I looked up where the Winter Classic is because I wanted to find out if they had the 2027 Winter Classic. And the 20-year anniversary will be January 1st, 2028 of the one at the Ralph.
Yes.
Go ahead and have that at New Highmark.
Lock it in. Right. Lock it in.
Send the Bills on the road
20-year
for a couple
anniversary in the new state. They've done... they're going to Marlins Park. Because why? They've done every stadium 3 times. How many times have they been to Wrigley? Like 7? Oh, to lock it in. 2028, 20th anniversary at the new Bill Stadium. I would bet that right now. And that'd be awesome. Hopefully they're good by then.
Just an idea. 2008, 2028, stadium, they're going to try and host the draft.
Yeah.
Let's make an announcement on the 20-year anniversary of the Winter Classic. Sabres and who?
Leafs.
Not Penguins?
Wait,
not the same 2 teams?
No, you need the Leafs because you might have to fill up the building.
You'll fill up the building. No, come on, please. Please.
They're pretty bad.
By 2028? I mean, come on.
I mean, if they're still bad, it could be even worse.
Mitch Marner coming off an MVP campaign.
For who? For here?
Jason Robertson just won. 803-0550, our phone number. Joe Marino, Locked On Bills podcast. He did a profile of Ray Davis and dug into some numbers on Ray Davis. We'll ask him about those when we get to the top of the hour, as the James Cook conversation is, of course, front and center until it's not. Jeremy and Joe, 803-0550 on WGR. Steve in Niagara Falls to open things up this morning. Hey, Steve, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Appreciate it. And again, one of the things I always thank you guys for is keeping us engaged with the Bills all year round when the season's not going on. So it's very, very thankful. It helps me get through the workday.
Yeah.
Regarding the Josh Allen not being on the Bills, or with what they would be without a year without Josh Allen, what their record would be with, say, Sam Darnold or a serviceable quarterback, all I could think about was the drought Bills. That's probably where they would be. They always had pretty good defenses and decent weapons. I mean, on offense, I think back to Eric Mold, I think back to Peerless Price, to Lee Evans, to some of the receivers we've seen come through here. And I think about what would some of those drought team Bills records be with Josh Allen.
Yeah.
And that might be something we've talked about before in the past, but I do try to think of, like, how good Eric Moles would have been if he had Josh Allen throwing to him. Like, he was already one of my favorite receivers to ever play for them. And I just imagine how much better he would have been if he had a QB like Josh Allen. So that takes into account, same thing with Elijah Moore. Like, what's he going to be with Josh Allen now? So a lot of ways you can go with it, but I was just really thinking, like, certain teams back in the drought era, how good would they have been with Josh Allen under center? Mm-hmm. That's really all I got. I just want to hear your thoughts on it, guys. Thanks.
Stephen, before you hang up, I want to get your thought, because as you lay this out, I start typing out a question on Twitter that it might make people mad, but I'll ask it. Would Josh Allen have led any of the drought year Bills to the AFC Championship game?
I think about the years with, and one of the guys I always go back to is the linebacking core we had with London Fletcher and Steele Spikes.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Nate Clements was on that team, and Winfield. And I do think that with Josh Allen under center, I think he could have pulled off a Super Bowl with some of those defenses we had. And that's just my personal opinion, but I think that they were good enough. They just needed that guy under center. And that's really how I feel about it.
Thanks, Steve. I mean, they won 9 games a bunch of time, right? Or no, sorry, 7 games. They're 7-9 3 straight years with Giron.
They did win 9 twice, though, right?
That's right.
4, and then
once with Marone when they got that cheesy win in New England. But
I think that's the team my mind went to immediately when he asked this question.
So, McDavid tonight, is there it's very possible that we, and Bills fans, and we Bills fans, we basically look at everything and say, is this Josh Allen? Right? Like the meme of the butterfly. Is this Josh Allen? When Rory wins the Masters, what did a lot of people say? It felt like the Bills getting a win. Here's a guy that's been chasing this thing forever. Mm-hmm. Maybe it felt like Allen. Everybody knows he's great. It's the thing he hasn't won yet. He's got to win it. And I remember last year talking about this series, we would say, McDavid and Allen, are they kind of the same here? They're the best, and maybe the difference is that Allen isn't as much better than his peers as McDavid is against his. Right. McDavid is far and away, I think, number 1, and Allen is arguably number 1. So,
yeah, that's right.
Are they similar, though? And then if you got a McDavid win, you would think, all right, that's a win for the guys that are supposed to win. As you lay that out about, you don't want to hear he's overrated because he doesn't have any rings, you are, by association, talking about Dan Marino and maybe Josh Allen until he gets one. Right? You want guys to get one that have deserved one.
If you were to, at the beginning of the year, on January 1st, put a parlay in for, hey, this is going to be the year, I'm going to bet every guy that hasn't won one that we know is amazing to win one. You would have bet Rory to win the Masters, right? You would have bet McDavid to win the Stanley Cup final, and you would have picked either Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen to win the Super Bowl. And I for that, me personally, would have picked Josh Allen to win it. So, and maybe in the NBA you would have picked somebody, I don't know who. But you would have picked those. You would have picked those 3. You would have picked Rory, you would have picked McDavid, and you would have picked Josh Allen.
Yeah.
To all win it.
Yeah.
And one's one down, 2's very close, and the third one's getting a lot of picks to do it. A lot of picks to do it.
All right, a few minutes here for the watermelon chart. Joe Marino, Locked On Bills podcast, top of the hour. When you're out there buying a watermelon, people, are you going armed with the knowledge of a good watermelon and a not good watermelon? What tastes
I'm not.
Right? I thought about this yesterday because I picked up a watermelon and was as I got to the bin, I thought, that chart, I don't have that chart committed to memory. And I feel like I should. Mm-hmm. There's a The size of the webbing will tell you something about it. Whether it's oval or just spherical will tell you something. If there's a spot on one end, the color of that spot matters for how good the watermelon is. So if you ever get one, it's bad. You could have seen that coming.
Like there's indicators to what a good watermelon looks like?
Yes. And I don't know what percentage of the population is out there walking around with that committed to memory. Some.
I mean, I didn't even know it existed. I would just assume it was a crapshoot. You grab a watermelon and you hope it's good.
It's not. It's kind of like, the combine here. You've got height, weight, wingspan, hand size. Maybe it's not universally true, but there are indicators on what is a good watermelon.
I was always taught about to flick the watermelon and auditory. I have a watermelon chart of sound. Like if it's a hollowy sound, it's got a little more water in it, I think.
Okay.
There's different sort of sounds that they make based on how much water they have.
Could I shake it to my ear and figure
that
out
is one
how
of
good
them
it is from
too.
that?
I think it'll slosh if it's kind of an old rotten one.
Okay.
All right. Now I'm learning about this. People thump a watermelon.
Yes.
Yeah. So the sound that it makes, here we go. A deep hollow sound indicates a ripe melon. Dull or high-pitched suggests it's underripe or overripe. So you're thumping it. Okay. Yeah. Turns out visually, just search how to pick the perfect watermelon. Like an orange spot on one end is very good.
Orange spot on one end is good.
Yeah. Sometimes they got those big spots. Okay. It looks like Antarctica.
Okay. Okay.
But if it's white, it's bad. That spot
white is bad.
On one end, if it's orange, good, white, bad.
How orange are we talking?
That's a great question. I don't know. This chart's not that orange.
What if it's whitish orange?
This chart is not. It's not like Illinois, Syracuse, Texas, Tennessee orange.
Yeah.
It's more of a.
It's a vibes orange.
I guess so. I don't know.
Can I bring a syringe and poke it in a watermelon and then pull it out to see what it looks like?
You're going for a core sample.
Yeah. Yeah.
I feel like
if
you do that in a store, they're going to say, "Excuse me, sir,
they're going to make me buy the watermelon."
I believe you just bought that watermelon.
Fracking the watermelon.
They're going to make me buy the watermelon if I stick a syringe in it.
For sure.
Yeah, that's probably right. You wouldn't want just random people doing that. I think.
What? I just put a syringe in the watermelon.
Okay, that's probably right.
All right, Joe Marino, Locked On Bills podcast. When we return, he did a expectation for Ray Davis and dug into some of the stats. So we'll talk about the year he had and one spot that he ranked really, really highly in the NFL among running backs. Joe Marino, Locked On Bills, coming up. This year, they will have expectations that are high. The roadmap really is such that, anything outside of what is a disappointing season? Are we at making the Super Bowl? We've talked Super Bowl or bust in the past.
Yeah.
And I always say, what is or bust? I have trouble with that. But it really does feel like this time around, everything that has lined up for them, they got to stay healthy. That's a big part of it during the actual season. But everything's lined up. The schedule, the division, the other divisions that you're competing with, they look like they're meat grinders. Yours doesn't. Get the 1 seed, get some home games, beat those good teams that you struggle to beat in the playoffs. That's the Chiefs, really. And maybe the Bengals, and you did beat the Ravens. But I feel like McDermott is super safe. I won't change that for quite some time. But it's not like the pressure isn't going up this year. Now Elijah Moore's on the team. And there are plenty of people talking like he is a big deal. And expectations for him should be to be, I don't know, their second best receiver. Could he be their second best receiver? How hard would that be for him to be their second best receiver? Yesterday, I found from Judah Fortgang, who's a guy I follow on Twitter, and he does a bunch of stuff on wide receivers and plot charts about vertical. This one is about yards per vertical route separation. Mm-hmm. Did you see this chart?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
It's basically how open are you getting when you're running deep.
On vertical routes, yes. I'm going to go from the bottom of the NFL to this is 200 routes run, separation in the NFL on vertical routes. Last in the NFL was Keon Coleman. Second to last in the NFL was Curtis Samuel. Third last was Jalen Polk. Fourth last was Amari Cooper. 3 of the 4 worst separators on vertical routes were on the Bills. Then if you move further in, what do you see?
I'm surprised Matt Collins wasn't low on that list.
He
might be lower, but not bottom 4.
Khalil Shakir had a decent number here. He was relatively fine. Hollins, I don't know, maybe he didn't meet the threshold. Did he run 200 routes? It feels like he must have.
He had to have.
Anyway, the point that I'm getting to is that moving further up the board and passing a lot of players that you've heard of before is Josh Palmer.
Yeah.
And highest of anybody, actually above average in vertical route separation, is Elijah Moore.
Yeah.
That he's a guy that gets separation vertically, but just didn't get the ball. Like this plot chart, what it is how much separation did you get and how much do you get the ball. And you have some guys that don't separate that put up big numbers. That's George Pickens and Justin Jefferson. You've got some guys that did separate but didn't get the ball. And with this Bills offense, like part of it's probably the design, but in terms of just getting open down the field, the 2 players they've added in Elijah Moore and Josh Palmer do what they didn't have before. And to me, that's a big upgrade.
Game 1 of the Stanley Cup final tonight. Florida and Edmonton. Game 1 in Edmonton. They have home ice in the series. 8 o'clock puck drop. We'll have the game here on WGR. You can listen to it starting at 8. Coverage of the Stanley Cup Final on WGR, presented by Fiegel Car & Joyce, your border attorneys, brought to you by part by Window Nation, the perfect fit for your home and wallet. Connor Brown's going back into the lineup for the Oilers, which means Jeff Skinner will likely come out after scoring in Game 5 against Dallas. At Bills OTAs, no Josh Allen, no James Cook. Allen was not a big surprise. Neither was Cook after not being there last week. You could hear from Joe Brady or Bobby Babich on our website, WGR550.com, both coordinators speaking yesterday. Taron Johnson had surgery on a torn labrum during the offseason, found that out, but he was practicing at OTAs and is on the field. In the NBA, Tom Thibodeau is fired by the New York Knicks after reaching the conference finals. It was the first time that New York had made it that far in 25 years, but they let go of their head coach. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Being able to adjust is something that you have to be able to do. And I thought overall we did a pretty good job of that. And then the last thing I think is just for anybody going through something the first time, everything's a first time. So now you've been in those situations and now you're a little bit more scarred per se based on the situations and how fast those things can come up. So those are some of the things that I think I learned. Looking forward to year 2.
Joe Brady, Bills offensive coordinator. They are at, Bobby Babich. They both spoke yesterday. That's Babich, year 2 for him.
Babich has a little more gravel to the voice.
Yes.
I would say.
Yeah, it was just Brady and Babich both spoke yesterday. No Allen, no Cook.
Think it'll be the last year with Brady?
I do.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you put it at minus money? I mean, Allen's going to have a good year.
Yeah.
They're going to be a good offense. And he'll get a job. Guys like him get a job. Young offensive coordinator, great offense. Even if you have the elite quarterback, you're still going to get credit. Yep.
And he should. He should get a good amount of credit for reforming their offense. It is a much more efficient offense than what his predecessor had.
You wonder how much credit
Dorsey.
How much credit he'll get for it. And will he be as hot a name as Ben Johnson was? Because I don't think he will.
No, not as much as Ben Johnson.
Ben Johnson was, you're doing it with Jared Goff. On some level, there's going to be, you're doing it with Josh Allen.
You're doing it with Jared Goff, and you're doing it, I guess Brady, this is true too. Johnson got credit because it felt like he was doing it. Like, he's the mastermind of the offense, right? Like, his coach isn't a play caller. Like, that is your offense. But that would be true of Brady also, because McDermott being a defensive-minded guy, you're not losing credit because, it's more of your head coach's offense. Caller last segment brought up Eric Bieniemy. Like, Bieniemy probably never got a job more because of personality stuff. But he definitely lost credit because it was Andy Reid's offense. Yeah. Brady will get credit for that. There's no credit that's going to be attributed to McDermott for their offense by another team, I don't think.
No, that's right.
So I would think there's a very good chance. Minus money, I would make it favored. Yeah, that he's going into his last year as the Bills coordinator. I wouldn't rule out, though, that he is back after this year. You don't know how many jobs will become available. You don't know which coordinators will, which head coaches that don't feel like they get fired right now will get fired and become hot candidates. So you never know how it'll go. I don't want to assume that this is the last year for him here.
803-0550. Sometime, by the way, happy Wednesday. Good morning. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. It's a beautiful day out there. It's supposed to be beautiful all day today, so, enjoy it. Get out there and enjoy it if you can. Sometimes when we're talking about these things, I think we drift to the things that could go wrong, and that might be because so many things are expected to go right.
Yes. Absolutely.
There are things this team will need, but the floor... We just kind of live in a world where the floor is 10 wins. The floor is the division. Feels like if they don't win the division, that would be
be stunning.
Shocker. They're
stunning.
They're the biggest favorite to win their own division in the entire NFL.
By a lot, I think, too.
And not to kind of sound like doom and gloom guys, because I don't think that's at all how we feel. It's just a matter of every once in a while you're picking through all right, what's got you worried? Anybody have an answer to that? 803-0550. What's got you really worried? Not they could be better at a spot. I think they could be better at certain spots, for sure. But what's got me worried about them? Where do I think the fatal flaw is, if there is one? It's not that easy to find. For some people, that is McDermott. Not for me. If there's a fatal flaw here somewhere, Is it still receivers? Last year I would have gone into the year, and last couple of years I would have gone into the year saying I think they have a flaw at receiver because going back to Gabe Davis is their number 2, or last year, of course, they're entering training camp with MVS and thinking that's going to work out. I don't think the receiver is a fatal flaw this time. I saw what they did last year. I don't worry about the offensive coordinator. I don't worry about too many things. What has you worried? Is it hard to find?
It's very hard to find because they are that good.
They're good at a lot of things.
They are good at they have a pretty whole roster that doesn't have, well, tough word then to use there because I was going to say they don't have many holes. They're a complete roster. So that being said, like when I think of that question, it is all about a couple of teams, and one in particular that I continue to watch the Bills in these moments get outcoached. And that's my worry. That they do have a fatal flaw that
the worry
every time I go play Andy Reid and Steve Spagnuolo, I'm going to get a play, like on 4th down, where they've got something in the holster ready for McDermott and Babbage and Brady that they're not going to be ready for, and it's going to be the right play at the right time, and they're going to lose a close game because those two over there are terrifying. That's my worry.
They are better equipped to handle that play, right?
That specific, the specific play, or just the idea
the
of
specific play?
The specific play, yes.
Yeah.
They've seen it now.
But what you're saying is that no matter what, no matter who you have, that play is going to be schemed up, and Spagnuolo's going to have something for you.
And it's not going to be the same thing. The next time they're going to be, there's a very good chance they're going to play the Chiefs again in the playoffs this year. I don't even care where it is. It's going to be the divisional round. It's going to be the AFC Championship game, and both quarterbacks are unbelievable, and both teams are great. So guess what?
Just wait till the Chiefs miss. That's going to be great.
Or maybe that'll happen. Oh, that'd be beautiful.
It would be great.
Maybe, yeah.
Not for fear's sake. Not for fear's sake. Just for the sake that it just would be great.
I heard Mike Shope say yesterday, like, maybe he'll just decide to play baseball one year.
Yeah.
Do the Michael Jordan. So regardless, if that doesn't happen, there's a very good chance they're going to be locked in another close game because these teams the margin is razor thin in these games. But they always come out just that little margin ahead because they often, I think, have something dialed up in those spots that the Bills have never seen. And I'd love to see that go the other way. I'd love to see, the Bills, thinking about that game specifically, a lot of it for me was Spagnuolo with that play on 4th down and the Bills doing something they've done all year, which is just, we're going to go left on our QB sneak. The thing you've seen a million times, we're going to just do it again.
I mean, it has worked a lot.
But that's the thing. Like, it's worked a lot. They know, the Chiefs know it's worked a lot. They know it's coming. And that, I think, is it's a minor difference, but it's a difference between the two. So, yeah, my worry is just that they're always going to come down to a close game against Kansas City, and I'm just worried that those two guys over there are always going to have the recipe that has them coming out just a little bit on top. Because that's really it, right? I don't have much worry right now about the Bills' offense, or I think the Bills' defense is going to be really good. I have no worries about the division. I have no worries about the quarterback. Like, what else am I really supposed to be that afraid of right now? There's not much.
Right. The only thing you really get to
I'm afraid of James Cook not showing up. I'm not afraid of that.
No.
Even if he didn't show up, I wouldn't be that afraid.
He did have big games.
In the AFC Championship game,
he had
also.
A big game, he had a big game against Denver.
He allows those sequences at the end to exist in the first place, because otherwise that game's a 2-score game. If James Cook doesn't barrel through a guy that's bigger than him at the goal line and find a way into the end zone,
dive and reach over the goal line, right? It was a great play.
So if I were to keep it to the Bills roster and their, their internal part of this for this discussion, I don't know. I would get to their defensive line again, maybe not being.
But that's the thing for me.
Great.
Like, I don't even worry about that. I don't think they had a bad defensive line last year. It wasn't great. Again, like it's the same kind of thing. There's a place where they could be better. No one would dispute that. They could be better at defensive end, and hopefully the changes they made this year make them better there. They could be better next to Ed Oliver, and hopefully the changes they made will get them better next to Ed Oliver. They could be better at receiver, and hopefully, and on and on. The big worries. Last year, safety would have been one. Mm-hmm. And this year, less so. You just hope that Cole Bishop, healthy, going to training camp, all that'll make a difference. That's something Bobby Babbage said yesterday. Bishop, he was hurt to start training camp. Mm-hmm. And that might have been part of the problem. He didn't get those reps that he needed to get. So, healthy Bishop, a part of it, and Rapp returning. You just hope safety goes better than it did last year. But yeah, I guess your answer to my question is what has you worried? And if you want to try this on, 803-0550 is our phone number. The answer to what has you worried, the answer is the teams that have beaten you before. You're still worried about the Chiefs. I might be less worried about the Chiefs than I am some other teams. If there's one thing that I think about that...
How many other teams? Can't be many.
Not necessarily short term, but what I get to is another team, because for 2 years it was Bills, Chiefs, Bills, Chiefs, Bills, Chiefs. And then the Ravens, I think, have firmly entered the chat, as they say.
Yeah.
So
Cincinnati is the team that's beat them.
That's right, but
so it's hard to...
I get to other teams that will, finger quotes here, enter the chat. Mm-hmm. In the next 5 years, does New England become a legitimate contender? I mean, no one would say they are right now, but that's in the range of possibilities. Does Jacksonville find a level because Liam Cohen unlocks a Trevor Lawrence that we've yet to really see from a productivity standpoint? Mm-hmm. 2 years ago, who would have said the Commanders were a team to worry about?
No.
Absolutely no one.
Nope.
Guess what? Now it looks like if you're in the NFC, they look like they've arrived. 4 years ago, who would have said this about the Lions? Nobody. Mm-hmm. Now the Lions are the class of the NFC. So, it's constantly changing, and I don't think anybody should expect it to just be Bills Chiefs with the occasional Ravens for the next 7 years. Someone else will come up. Who will that be? Time will tell. Will that be the Chargers? Because Jim Harbaugh does win everywhere he goes. So It's a little bit of that's kind of where this year feels like a big one. The division is yours. It should be yours. If New England is a surprise, chances are they surprise with 11, not 14 wins, right?
Yeah, not 14.
11 would be, wow, what a year for them. And looking at your schedule, looking at all your toughest games being at home, it's the kind of picture you'd paint to say, all right, this is the year. It's kind of set up for you to get to the playoffs and be in the best spot you can be. Ron in Alden is up. Hey, Ron, good morning.
Good morning, guys. When we first drafted Kincaid, there's a lot of talk of maybe he's the next Kelsey. People say that kind of stuff all the time. But I think the flaw I see is from the coaching, the way they use him. I feel that they get much more use out of him, and it just seems like he's an afterthought a lot of times. And I'll just see what you guys think about that. Thank you.
It's one thing I wonder about when Brady was talking about, production has nothing to do with everybody eats. There's a lot of different. To me, there's two different ways to interpret that. One is we don't care who produces, because everybody is going to be a part of this offense. And that's kind of how I think most people adopted it. To me, a very small difference in the way that you would say that is, sure, everybody's going to produce, but your job is not to aim for that. It's for every player to buy into their specific job while everybody is part of the offense. And for me, Kincaid is central to this. Will they scheme him, engineer him touches the way that they do for Shakir? Shakir gets engineered touches in a game. We don't talk about it as forcing the ball to him, but they run him screens, and there's a reason he's one of the top receivers in the league in yards after catch, and that's because yards before catch, he is one of the leaders in the league in terms of not going very far. Hey, Josh, throw it to him. Bang. He's a yards after catch monster. Let's engineer him some touches in space to make some plays. Who else on this roster will deserve that? I think Kincaid could. Coleman was a great yak player. I want to see if they engineer touches for him in the same way. But Kincaid being Kelsey, you got a long way to go. I think Kincaid, what Kincaid is this archetype of tight end that lots of teams have.
A lot of teams have it, and I question how much I even want them to force the wrong word. Engineer him the ball.
Yeah, just
when
they engineer touches. There's no doubt they do that for Shakir.
Shakir, though, I don't know. Like, the difference there might be Shakir is supposed to be a yak guy, right? Like, he is dangerous with the ball in his hands. Mm-hmm. Not to say he's not also a good route runner from the slot. But he's not somebody where if you were just going to line him up and let them go run their routes and throw no screens and throw nothing, within a couple yards of the line of scrimmage, that you would expect to be like a major difference maker. He'd be pretty good, I'm sure, but you wouldn't see some of these special plays that he makes are plays that off the snap, before the snap even goes, this ball is going to Khalil Shakir. Mm-hmm. It's not 5 guys are running routes and Shakir happens to be the one that's open. There are some of those too, but that's not supposed to be Kincaid. Isn't Kincaid supposed to be the guy where he might be read number 1, which you could qualify that as, well, that play is designed to go to him because Josh's first read is going to be to him. But isn't he supposed to be, everyone's running their routes, it's a pass play, it's a levels play where I got a guy going over top of him, maybe a guy going underneath him, and he's in the middle, and he shakes the linebacker loose, or he's bigger than the nickel corner, so his command of the ball is he's the most open player on the play. That's supposed to be through him, isn't it? That's not, I'm throwing him a ball at the line of scrimmage and watching him go. That's not his value. His value, I thought, was supposed to be everyone runs and their routes, and he's the best option out there. And that, to me, is more on him than it is on Joe Brady. And it's also on Allen, because Allen did miss him a lot last year. There might have been more of that happening than we realized, and Allen just missed him.
He missed him a lot, yeah.
So, I don't know. I don't know. Forcing him the ball, engineering him the ball, like, when Kelsey catches the ball from Mahomes, isn't it just more like the two are just symbiotic with, like, spacing and where the guy's going to be and finding an open hole? Like, that, sometimes it feels like Kelsey does a little bit of the Stevie Johnson, where he runs more of a route concept than he runs a route. Like,
that's the chemistry. That's something.
That's the chemistry between the two, right?
That's the incredible chemistry, and that's what Kincaid and Allen did not really have last year that hopefully can return. Right,
where those plays where Kincaid, you're supposed to run this route, but as the play develops, you notice that something else is open, so you sit in that open hole, and Josh is on the same mind meld with you, and that's when you get the ball. Like, those are the types of plays that I don't really see a lot between the two. And that's very different to me than, route designs and play designs and Brady having an idea before the snap of who's going to get the ball in this play. So I think there's a long way to go. You could argue right now that the chemistry between those two is worse than any two on the team because of the uncatchable target rate.
Yeah. The NBA, it's funny, we opened the show today talking about maybe we're guilty of making everything about the Bills and everything about Allen. Like, hey, if McDavid wins, does that feel like a win for the Allen type of player? He's clearly one of the best. He should have one.
Yeah.
How about the NBA Finals for this? Oklahoma City and Indiana, team winning its first title. Is that like Bills and Lions in the Super Bowl? Someone's going to get there first.
Yeah.
And it's probably going to be Oklahoma City in this case.
When's the last time two teams played in the Super Bowl that had never won?
Oh. That's an instant trivia question. The last time two teams had played in the Super Bowl
that had never won.
Like
right, you're about to see in the NBA Finals.
Right. So you're going back, boy.
Problem is Kansas City and New England have been in it so often.
That's right. That's right.
The Chiefs, and the first time the Chiefs played, the Niners were the other team. So that doesn't help.
The
funny. Chiefs won way back when anyway, didn't they?
I'm going all the way back to 1986 Giants Broncos, and now moving forward from there because neither of those teams had won it before then.
And that's a long time ago.
There's definitely going to be one. There's definitely going to be one before then, like Seattle. No, okay, Seattle played Pittsburgh.
Uh-huh.
This is fun. Somebody get the answer. You guys got somebody look it up. Of course, like Owen or Evan, get that answer. Are you looking it up?
I'm looking at a list of Super Bowls, and I'm 10 years back, and I don't see anything yet. Yeah.
New England played the Rams in 2001.
But the Rams had already won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I'm just working through it here. The Saints and the Colts.
No, the Colts had just won a couple years before, and they beat the Bears, who had won in '85. So that doesn't work. Pittsburgh and Arizona doesn't work. Pittsburgh and Seattle doesn't work. New England and Philadelphia, no. New England playing the Rams in the first one is what ruins this. Bucks and Raiders had won.
Yep.
Ravens and Giants, the Giants had won. Okay, here we go. What's the first Rams Super Bowl?
The first win?
Do they win before playing the Titans? They played the Titans
Titans was their first
in 1999. So that
Rams Titans 99.
That's going to be the answer, I think. Yeah, 25 years ago.
Okay.
Rams and Titans. Pretty rare then.
How about who's the last team to win their first? Just win their first. Because it's been Bucks, Chiefs, Eagles.
I think the Eagles first one against the
2017?
Yeah. I think that was probably the last time a
Kansas
team won
City?
their first.
Kansas City.
No,
they won back
because
early, like one of the first four.
Did they?
Yeah, they won Super Bowl 4.
Yep, there it is, over Minnesota. All right, so yeah, Eagles.
2017?
Yep.
And they have 2 now.
8 years, huh?
Yeah.
Since the teams won their first.
803-0550. Joe Marino, the Locked On Bills podcast, coming up next segment. We threw him into the 8:30 segment, so we'll chat with him about his Ray Davis profile and expectations. You can give us a ring if you'd like. 803-0550, talking, Bills, talking Super Bowl. What else you do on an 85-degree day in June? You talk about the Super Bowl.
Uh-huh.
I think about it a lot. That's how it goes. Give us a ring. Joe Marino coming up next. So, McDavid tonight, is there it's very possible that we, and Bills fans, and we Bills fans, we basically look at everything and say, is this Josh Allen? Right? Like the meme of the butterfly. Is this Josh Allen? Uh-huh. When Rory wins the Masters, what did a lot of people say? It felt like the Bills getting a win. Here's a guy that's been chasing this thing forever. Mm-hmm. Maybe it felt like Allen. Everybody knows he's great. It's the thing he hasn't won yet. He's got to win it. And I remember last year talking about this series, we would say, McDavid and Allen, are they kind of the same here? They're the best, and maybe the difference is that Allen isn't as much better than his peers as McDavid is against his.
Right.
McDavid is far and away, I think, number one, and Allen is arguably number one. So,
yeah, that's right.
Are they similar, though? And then if you got a McDavid win, you would think, all right, that's a win for the guys that are supposed to win. As you lay that out about, you don't want to hear he's overrated because he doesn't have any rings, you are, by association, talking about Dan Marino and maybe Josh Allen until he gets one. Right? You want guys to get one that have deserved one.
If you were to, at the beginning of the year, on January 1st, put a parlay in for, hey, this is going to be the year, I'm going to bet every guy that hasn't won one that we know is amazing to win one. You would have bet Rory to win the Masters, right? You would have bet McDavid to win the Stanley Cup final, and you would have picked either Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen to win the Super Bowl. And I for that, me personally, would have picked Josh Allen to win it. So, and maybe in the NBA you would have picked somebody, I don't know who, but you would have picked those. You would have picked those three. You would have picked Rory, you would have picked McDavid, and you would have picked Josh Allen.
Yeah,
to all win it.
Yeah,
and one's one down, two's very close. And the third one's getting a lot of picks to do it. A lot of picks to do it.
Not to kind of sound like doom and gloom guys, because I don't think that's at all how we feel. It's just a matter of, like, every once in a while you're picking through, like, all right, what's got you worried? I mean, anybody have an answer to that? 803-0550. What's got you really worried? Not they could be better at a spot. I think they could be better at certain spots, for sure. But what's got me worried about them? Where do I think the fatal flaw is, if there is one? It's not that easy to find. For some people, that is McDermott. Not for me. I mean, if there's a fatal flaw here somewhere, is it still receivers? Last year I would have gone into the year, and last couple of years I would have gone into the year saying I think they have a flaw at receiver because going back to Gabe Davis is their number 2. Or last year, of course, they're entering training camp with MVS and thinking that's going to work out. I don't think the receiver is a fatal flaw this time. I saw what they did last year. I don't worry about the offensive coordinator. I don't worry about too many things. And what has you worried? Is it hard to find?
It's very hard to find because they are that good.
They're good at a lot of things.
They are good at they have a pretty whole roster that doesn't have, well, tough word then to use there because I was going to say they don't have many holes. They're a complete roster. So that being said, like when I think of that question, it is all about a couple of teams, and one in particular that I continue to watch the Bills in these moments get out-coached. And that's my worry. That they do have a fatal flaw that
the worry
every time I go play Andy Reid and Steve Spagnuolo, I'm going to get a play, like on 4th down, where they've got something in the holster ready for McDermott and Babich and Brady that they're not going to be ready for, and it's going to be the right play at the right time, and they're going to lose a close game because those two over there are terrifying. That's my worry. OTAs for the Bills got rolling again yesterday. No Josh Allen or James Cook on hand. We did hear from Bobby Babich and Joe Brady. You could find both those interviews on demand, WGR550.com or pressers, whatever they were. Oilers and Panthers tonight, 8 o'clock in Edmonton. Connor Brown going back in the Oilers lineup. Jeff Skinner expected to come out. You can listen to tonight's game right here on WGR. Coverage of the Stanley Cup Final and WGR presented by Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys, and brought to you in part by Window Nation, the perfect fit for your home and wallet. And in the NBA, the Knicks fired Tom Thibodeau after making the conference finals for the first time in 25 years. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
I say I'm not a results guy, but, when your season ends, the result is the result, right? And when you're the offense coordinator, your job is to score one more point than the opposing team, and we didn't get that done. That's what obviously, makes it hard. That's what's tough is you walk away and you're like, hey, you know what? I didn't do a good enough job. And without getting into specifics, that's really the thing. Our guys know, I try to pride myself on, when the guys come out of the game, they know that I put them in the best position, and I don't think any of our guys would say I didn't, but my job is to say, hey, we didn't win the football game. We didn't get to where we needed to get to. I didn't do a good enough job. And I prefer when it falls on my shoulders and not my guys.
Bills offensive coordinator Joe Brady from yesterday's OTAs when asked about the final drive in Kansas City. OTAs rolling on. No Josh Allen. No James Cook. We go to the Western Hotline to chat with Joe Marino as we do each and every Wednesday here at the Locked On Bills podcast. Joe, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Jeremy. Hope you're doing well.
Doing all right, yeah. Getting through OTAs. It's June football. It's I was working up a flow chart. Like if you see a really sick play, like the Travis Hunter interception that did hit the ground, by the way. I saw somebody immediately post like, yeah, but who's he covering on that play? So
can they AI that into not having the ball actually hit the ground?
Maybe. The flow chart is if your team has a good play, it's awesome, and it's a sign of a breakout coming. And if another team has a good play, it's like, come on, it's practice. It's practice. It's peak OTA season stuff.
It's that time of year, Jeremy.
Yeah.
We overreact to videos and pictures, and at the end of the day, nobody's done anything.
That's right. That's right. Hey,
so it'll play itself out.
Yeah, we have ourselves to blame for being sickos for these NFL teams. Joe, I know your most recent episode of Locked On Bills, you did a little bit of a workup on Ray Davis for expectations, and there's the Ray Davis short-term conversation, and then there's of course Ray Davis as connected to the James Cook conversation. So take us through what you found when you were digging into what he did in his rookie year, and maybe what steps there are for Ray Davis. You could kind of keep it with or without regard to James Cook.
Yeah, I think it's a big year for Ray Davis. It's his second season in the NFL, but obviously the James Cook situation elevates this. And I think that James Cook is going to be the Bills' lead running back this year in a very similar role that he had last year. But what Ray Davis does this year is probably going to define a lot for the Bills or give them the data that they need to look to him as a potential starter, right? And if they can actually move on from James Cook. And I don't think the extension will get done before the season. And so Ray Davis has a big opportunity ahead of him. I watched some film on Ray Davis just actually in the last week to kind of prime myself for some discussions coming up about Ray Davis, and I think he had a good rookie season. But I'll say this, he feels like a guy that was very focused on when he got the ball, kind of running the play, which is good. You want him to run the play. But I think there's an instinctive part of Ray Davis's game that I'm hoping to see a little bit more of this year. And I think a lot about some of the zone runs, which was a big shift. He wasn't quite as much of a zone runner in college as he was asked to be last year for the Bills. And you could see, when you're running zone, it's a lot about anticipating creases and, the way that you work your feet to press the line of scrimmage and then kind of move the second level, and then you kind of hit creases and get downhill. It felt like that was not necessarily second nature for him. And I think with a year of time with the team, with an off season, I think those types of details will help him take a step. And I think metrically there's two numbers that really stand out to me about Ray Davis's rookie season. The first one is that he was number 4 in the NFL among running backs that had at least 400 rushing yards. So 45 running backs had at least 400 rushing yards. He was number 4 among them in missed tackles forced per attempt. He was also number 3 among them in percentage of runs against stacked boxes, meaning 8 or more defenders in the box. And so I think that speaks to a lot of the types of carries that Ray Davis was getting, whether it was short yardage or it was late in games where, the Bills are trying to grind it out, get out of the game, and the defense knows they're running the football. And I'm impressed that he was able to have so much success navigating really congested areas of the field. I'm hoping that he gets more neutral run opportunities. I'm hoping that they get him involved a little bit more in the passing game, but I think lost in the James Cook discussion is this second-year running back. And usually you don't really think about running backs growing a lot. They kind of come in close to their prime. But I think with Devin Singletary and James Cook as recent picks that have taken big steps in year 2, I think Ray Davis is, primed to show even more in his sophomore season.
As you lay that out about Davis and what you think could still be there, and then mention Singletary and Cook, it sounds like as a running back and as a rookie, what you want to do is just kind of do what you're told. And Joe, are you kind of saying that with Davis there might be a little bit more artistry to unlock as he gets comfortable with what the basic job is?
Jeremy, that's a great way to put it. I think I was trying to find some simple terms to put that in, and I think you did. There's some artistry to unlock with Ray Davis, where, yes, I very much do what you're told. This is the track. Go there. And I think, with him, things becoming a little bit more second nature for him moving forward as he, it's running the football is you need to know the play. You need to know how to run the play. But a lot of it is just a feel off of your blockers and knowing how they're, based on certain fronts and different alignments, how they're going to attack that, and then being able to work off of it, which really only comes with reps. And, Ray had a chance would he have 130 touches, something like that last year. It was good to get his feet wet, but even you heard Joe Brady talk about this yesterday, where he talked about how learning the position at the NFL level and being able to watch the film and take a step back and zoom out, and coming in with that opportunity as opposed to coming out of your last season in college where you have a bowl season and an all-star circuit and a combine and you're learning how to jump a vertical jump as opposed to run a zone scheme. So I think he's going to be a lot better equipped to take a step and not that he had a good rookie season. He was third in yards among rookie running backs, but he was the 8th one drafted. He had a good rookie season. Let's not make any mistake about it. He had over 150 yards from scrimmage in his one start against the Jets. But there's definitely some room for growth, and that's actually exciting to me.
You mentioned how often he sees stacked boxes. Is that something you think Joe Brady is there anything Joe Brady you think could do to alleviate that a little bit, or do you think the way everyone's roles presents that it's maybe likely that he'll often see stacked boxes again?
Well, I think it's a bit of a product of when those carries came. Again, it was like so a lot of short yardage, a lot of late in games where everyone knows the Bills are going to run the ball. They're just trying to get out of a game. So I think sprinkling him in a little bit more when the game is neutral or the Bills are trailing to give him some better looks to run the football. But I think that's such important context because you might look at his raw numbers and think, under 4 yards per carry, number 4 stuff rate in the NFL. Not a ton of yards after contact. He's 21st out of 45 backs in yards after contact per attempt, and that's kind of his calling card as a 5'8", 220-pound running back. His success metrics are average to below average, but then it's like, he faced the 3rd highest percentage of stacked boxes, and you think about the types of carries he got, and it makes a lot of sense for, why some of the efficiency metrics are a little bit lagging behind. So I'm hoping that he gets a little bit more run in the game when, it's not such an obvious, hey, we're handing the ball to Ray Davis and, everyone in the world knows it's a run play.
Joe Brady yesterday, Joe was talking about, positions and how he almost kind of said it again. We don't really have positions when talking about their pass catchers. And I guess the best example of that is not to really hone in on how they use their receivers, but how they use their running backs as receivers and how much the Bills get out of the running backs in the passing game.
Yeah, I feel like you put that one on a platter for me, Jeremy. One of the biggest things that I'm looking for this year is for the Bills to get running backs more involved in the passing game. They were, from an efficiency perspective, the best team in the league when targeting running backs. Number 1 in EPA per pass, number 1 in yards per attempt, number 1 in passer rating, number 1 in touchdown passes, but 20th in attempts, but 3rd in yards, right? It feels like with how successful it was on 74 targets, I'd love to see that number maybe even double, where you're talking 120, 150 targets for these running backs. And it's such a lethal part of what Josh Allen can tap into because there's only so many things a defense can do to take things away. And obviously the Bills with Josh Allen at quarterback, he puts maximum stress on a defense. And when Josh Allen is willing to just throw the ball to these running backs, it's just a lot to account for because you take for granted the checkdowns or the flats or the Josh Allen working a progression and then ultimately settling on a check down to the middle of the field to a running back that just has a middle linebacker to beat with 5 yards of space to work with. Like, the more Josh Allen does that, I think an offense that is already very efficient can become even more efficient. So, yeah, as good as those metrics were, it's a little disappointing to find out that they were only 20th in passing targets to running backs overall. And there's 3 good ones here, and Cook, Davis. That's the thing about Ray Davis. He had was it 7 or 9 receiving touchdowns his last year at Kentucky. Very high catch rate in terms of targets over the last 2 years. Buffalo this past year, I think he caught 17 of 19 targets, and at Kentucky his last year, I think it was like 30 of 32, and averaged over 10 yards per catch that last year at Kentucky. So there's a lot to tap into with these backs throwing the football, and we know the Bills have been after this, right? Like, you go back to the J.D. McKissick thing, the drafting of James Cook in the second round as a pass-catching back, the Nyheim Hines trade. They've been trying to to get some horses in the stable to throw the football to out of the backfield. Well, they got them. It's working. Now let's do it a little bit more.
Joe Brady, when getting that question yesterday, Joe, it was about Keon Coleman and the slot, and he got to talking about Coleman and Shakir and about all the guys knowing all the positions, their versatility. But those two were the two he talked about the most. How versatile do you appear, or do you see both of them to be? Both Coleman, who played mostly outside last year, his ability to kick inside, and then Shakir's ability to play all the different receiver spots.
Well, I respect that Joe Brady says that we don't really have positions and guys are interchangeable inside and outside, but that doesn't mean that there's not a primary spot that these guys operate from. I mean, you're looking at Keon Coleman, who played 88% of his snaps last year from wide alignments, not in the slot. You look at Khalil Shakir, who played 72% of his passing snaps from the slot. So, yeah, they are interchangeable, but there is a leading area where they do operate from. To answer your specific question about interchangeability, with Keon Coleman, I think he is interchangeable to play inside and outside. In fact, I think there's probably a good case to be made that he's best. Like, Keon Coleman would be best as a power slot. But I don't know if that's where he's best for the Bills' offense, where they have very good inside players and they want to work the middle of the field. And Keon Coleman is an outside presence that can win leverage battles and 50-50 balls and really work the numbers to the numbers to the sideline. That's going to be an important part of where if he can win in that area, it's going to unlock more to the middle of the field where the Bills have an abundance of guys that are best. With Khalil Shakir, I think he's optimized in the slot because of the shiftiness, because of the yards after catch. That's where he's going to be at his best. Where out wide, and you have to see him facing more press coverage with short arms and not necessarily a profile that is ideal for dealing with a lot of contact at the line of scrimmage. He can do it, but he's not optimized there. So I think that there is an acknowledgement of guys are interchangeable, but they are going to be best at a certain spot, and there is a snap percentage that clearly tells us that the Bills like guys in certain spots more than others.
Joe Marino of the Locked On Bills podcast. Joe, one very quick question. No Josh Allen at OTAs. He got married. An opportunity for Trubisky and Mike White. Are we going to get a camp battle, you think, there?
100%. Yeah, I think that's a wide-open QB2 battle. And the thing is, the Bills would – there's a financial element here. The Bills are tight on cap. They have $2 million in cap space, and they still have some work to do. I think they still have to sign Maxwell Harrison, if I'm not mistaken. And they're going to need operating funds for the season. Like, they need some cap space. Something will happen at some point to clear cap space. And with Trubisky, I think you free up $2.5 million if you move on. Where for Mike White, it's only $1 million. So I think Trubisky has to be $1 million in cap space better than Mike White to win the job. I think the Bills would be in trouble if either one has to play meaningful snaps, but. I think that is a wide open QB2 battle, and it's actually a pretty good one compared to what's been in place behind Josh.
Yep.
The last several years.
Knowing what you know about their careers, would you not think Mike White then might be the favorite? Like, would he be the favorite? How likely would you think that Trubisky would show them I am $1 million better than Mike White?
Well, I think it starts with which one was at Josh Allen's wedding, right? I think that's some volumes there. Mitch and Josh are tight, right? They're good friends, and I think that's going to matter a ton. And I'll say this about Trubisky. I think he has more of an all-around skill set. There's a mobility component with Trubisky that you don't have with Mike White, and I think that matters a lot too. I think running the passing offense, I'm concerned about either, but at least I get some mobility with Trubisky and, of course, the relationship with Josh Allen that we know the Bills really value in their quarterback depth.
Joe Marino of the Locked On Bills podcast. Thanks, Joe. We'll chat again next week.
All right. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
Joe Marino. You can also catch me and Joe and Jerry O on YouTube. The Locked On Bills podcast does a Bills squad show Mondays and Thursdays. We're live on YouTube and posts right in that channel. Have a good time chatting Bills with those two. So find us there. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. So what else?
There's a new golf show debuting today that I'm very, very interested in, and whether it'll be good. You know Owen Wilson guy?
Sure.
Everyone likes Owen Wilson, right? To an extent. He's not really the polarizing actor, I would say. He makes fun stuff. Well, he's in a golf show that's coming out today. And I can't ever remember there being a golf-based show that isn't a documentary ever. There's been movies, but I can't think of a show ever.
Like a sitcom about golf?
Sitcom, I mean, I guess you wouldn't think it would be a drama. But, yeah, any
Maybe.
show, any...
Won't it be both? Won't it be like Shrinking, like the Apple shows that's funny and also drama?
Yes. Ted Lasso tried very hard to become that.
If Ted Lasso stopped being funny and started becoming...
But that's the problem, right? Yeah, right. They tried a little too hard.
The old dramedy. All right, 803-0550, our phone number. Ted Lasso's coming back, too, season 4.
That's actually happening?
Oh, yeah.
Better be better than season 3.
Yeah, season 3 was tough. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. You know, not to kind of sound like doom and gloom guys, because I don't think that's at all how we feel. It's just a matter of, like, every once in a while you're picking through, like, all right, what's got you worried? I mean, anybody have an answer to that? 803-0550. What's got you really worried? Not they could be better at a spot. I think they could be better at certain spots, for sure. But what's got me worried about them? Where do I think the fatal flaw is, if there is one? It's not that easy to find. For some people, that is McDermott. Not for me. I mean, if there's a fatal flaw here somewhere, is it still receivers? Last year I would have gone into the year, and last couple of years I would have gone into the year saying I think they have a flaw at receiver, because going back to Gabe Davis is their number 2, or last year, of course, you know, they're entering training camp with MVS and thinking that's going to work out. I don't think the receiver is a fatal flaw this time. I saw what they did last year. I don't worry about the offensive coordinator. I don't worry about too many things. And what has you worried? Is it hard to find?
It's very hard to find, because they are that good.
They're good at a lot of things.
They are good at they have a pretty whole roster that doesn't have, well, tough word then to use there, because I was going to say they don't have many holes. They're a complete roster. So that being said, like when I think of that question, it is all about a couple of teams, and one in particular that I continue to watch the Bills in these moments get outcoached. And that's my worry. That they do have a fatal flaw that
the worry
every time I go play Andy Reid and Steve Spagnuolo, I'm going to get a play, like on 4th down, where they've got something in the holster ready for McDermott and Babbage and Brady that they're not going to be ready for, and it's going to be the right play at the right time, and they're going to lose a close game, because those two over there are terrifying. That's my worry.
Now Elijah Moore's on the team. And there are plenty of people talking like he is a big deal. And like expectations for him should be to be, I don't know, their second best receiver. Could he be their second best receiver? How hard would that be for him to be their second best receiver? Yesterday, I found from Judah Fortgang, who's a guy I follow on Twitter, and he does a bunch of stuff on wide receivers and, you know, plot charts about vertical. This one is about yards per vertical route separation. Mm-hmm. Did you see this chart?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
It's basically how open are you getting when you're running deep.
On vertical routes, yes. I'm going to go from the bottom of the NFL to this is 200 routes run, separation in the NFL on vertical routes. Last in the NFL was Keon Coleman. Second to last in the NFL was Curtis Samuel. Mm-hmm. Third last was Jalen Polk. Fourth last was Amari Cooper. Mm-hmm. 3 of the 4 worst separators on vertical routes were on the Bills. Mm-hmm. Then if you move further in, what do you see?
I'm surprised Mac Hollins wasn't low on that list. He might be lower, but not bottom 4.
Khalil Shakir had a decent number here. He was relatively fine. Hollins, I don't know, maybe he didn't meet the threshold. Did he run 200 routes? It feels like he must have.
He had to have.
Anyway, the point that I'm getting to is that moving further up the board and passing a lot of players that you've heard of before is Josh Palmer.
Yeah.
And highest of anybody, actually above average in vertical route separation, is Elijah Moore.
Yeah.
That he's a guy that gets separation vertically, but just didn't get the ball. Like this plot chart, what it is how much separation did you get and how much do you get the ball? And you have some guys that don't separate, that put up big numbers. That's George Pickens and Justin Jefferson. You've got some guys that did separate, but didn't get the ball. And with this Bills offense, like part of it's probably the design, but in terms of just getting open down the field, the two players they've added in Elijah Moore and Josh Palmer do what they didn't have before. And to me, that's a big upgrade. Sal Capaccio coming up top of the hour to talk to us about Bills OTAs. And maybe we'll dig a little more into Bobby Babich and the expectation there, what he's got with his revamped front four. So talk about that with Sal coming up top of the hour.
Yesterday we talked a little bit about Jason Robertson in Dallas. Star player, no pun intended, he's elite, and he might be available for trade right now. I did a search yesterday on him. I was looking to read more about him from Dallas. When you type in Jason Robertson's name and you hit that little news tab at the top of Google, what you're going to find is that every 30 teams in the league, websites, media, are all arguing why he's the perfect idea for their team. And you know that's happening with GMs.
Yeah.
So yesterday you asked me, would I trade Benson and Peterka for Jason Robertson? You have to be the number one offer out of probably 20-plus offers. Benson and Peterka is not going to be the best offer.
Kulik and Benson and 9th overall.
How about Peterka, Benson, and number 9 overall? It has to hurt. Whatever it is, it has to hurt.
Peterka and Kulik.
I don't think it's enough.
Not enough.
Someone will beat it. You could have that could be the number 3 offer, but if you want him, third's not good enough. It has to be number 1.
All right. 803-0550. Stanley Cup final begins tonight from Edmonton. Very exciting. Very exciting.
I'm getting geared up, too, for the NBA Finals tomorrow, even though everyone expects it to be a blowout. I'm optimistic. Maybe it'll be close. I would never pick the Pacers to win, but I've heard a couple arguments in recent days. Like the Pacers, they have the second best record in the NBA since the new year, since January 1st. Like if there's somebody that could go toe to toe with them, it might be them. But they are like plus 700 to win it. So
Sal on the other side, he's coming up also with the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show at 10 o'clock this morning, so stay tuned for that. But we're going to preview maybe what he's got to say, some questions of our own. We'll dig into what Bobby Babich had to say about this Bills defense that's starting to come together through the process of OTAs. That and plenty more coming up here on WGR. At defensive end, are they a little bit of, if we may borrow from the very often used thing for the receivers, aren't they? Everybody eats at defensive end to a degree.
Yeah,
they've signed guys.
Definitely. Who could lead them in sacks? How many players could lead them in sacks?
2.
That's it. I was gonna say like 5 could lead them in sacks.
Who are the 5? Are you getting
Rousseau, Bosa, Ed Oliver?
Those were my 2. Ed Oliver, I would consider it.
I would consider it's possible. Maybe you're right. Because I wouldn't say like
if you were about to throw Epinesa at me.
No.
I was going to say he's been traded 100 times by Bills fans this offseason.
No, I wouldn't say Epinesa. I wouldn't say Michael Hoyt. Right?
I'm okay. Depending.
I wouldn't say like Larry Ogunjobi.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say either of the rookies.
Right.
It's
possible.
All right, I might go to 3.
All right,
I might go to 3. I guess you're right, though. It's not as many as I thought in my mind that could be.
But it looks like a decent group, maybe without any sort of single guy wrecking ball, but it looks pretty good. You know, not to kind of sound like doom and gloom guys, because I don't think that's at all how we feel. It's just a matter of, like, every once in a while you're picking through, like, all right, what's got you worried? I mean, anybody have an answer to that? 803-0550. What's got you really worried? Not they could be better at a spot. I think they could be better at certain spots, for sure. But what's got me worried about them? Where do I think the fatal flaw is, if there is one? It's not that easy to find. For some people, that is McDermott. Not for me. I mean, if there's a fatal flaw here somewhere, is it still receivers? Last year I would have gone into the year, and last couple of years I would have gone into the year saying I think they have a flaw at receiver, because going back to Gabe Davis is their number 2, or last year, of course, they're entering training camp with MVS and thinking that's going to work out. I don't think the receiver is a fatal flaw this time. I saw what they did last year. I don't worry about the offensive coordinator. I don't worry about too many things. And what has you worried? Is it hard to find?
It's very hard to find, because they are that good.
They're good at a lot of things.
They are good at they have a pretty whole roster that doesn't have, well, tough word then to use there, because I was going to say they don't have many holes. They're a complete roster. So that being said, like when I think of that question, it is all about a couple of teams, and one in particular that I continue to watch the Bills in these moments get out-coached. And that's my worry. That they do have a fatal flaw that
the worry
every time I go play Andy Reid and Steve Spagnuolo, I'm going to get a play, like on 4th down, where they've got something in the holster ready for McDermott and Babbage and Brady that they're not going to be ready for, and it's going to be the right play at the right time, and they're going to lose a close game, because those two over there are terrifying. That's my worry. Bills OTAs getting rolling again yesterday. No Josh Allen or James Cook. Not a big surprise on either one of those. Bobby Babich and Joe Brady both spoke with the media. We'll talk more about their comments and more with Sal coming up next. Taron Johnson had surgery during the offseason on a torn labrum. He, though, is practicing and was on the field yesterday. Elsewhere around the NFL, Micah Parsons is showing up to Cowboys minicamp. He is not going to hold out despite the fact that he is looking for a long-term deal with Dallas. Jonnu Smith trade talk fired back up. Yesterday, Adam Schefter said that deal is still alive, and the Steelers reignited talks with Miami. Tonight, Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final between Florida and Edmonton. 8 o'clock puck drop. You can listen to it right here on WGR. Coverage of the Stanley Cup Final on WGR is presented by Fiegelcar and Joyce, your border attorneys, and brought to you in part by Window Nation, the perfect fit for your home and wallet. And in the NBA, the Knicks fire head coach Tom Thibodeau after 5 seasons and reaching the conference finals this year, which was the first time the Knicks had done that in 25 years, but the head coach is out. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
WGR SportsRadio550.
Covering OTAs, hosting the Extra Point Show here and there, Mr. Sal Capaccio joins us in the Wester Hotline to recap a day where we heard from the offensive and defensive coordinator at Bills OTAs yesterday. Hey, Sal, good morning.
Good morning. And I just got through a little early morning golf with our buddy Bulldog.
This guy.
Who, by the way, I can only play 9 holes. I said, hey, I can join you if I could play 9. And he was on fire the first 4 holes. I'm sure he will tell you all about it, just so you know.
As we learned yesterday,
he's got a new putter.
He plays well only when he doesn't play with Jeremy.
Yeah, I've got a theory on that. It's a working theory. But was he putting the lights out?
To start, yeah, and with the new putter, he was. It literally, the first 2 or 3 holes were great putts, yeah, for sure. So I think he was like even or 1 under the first 4 holes. And then, I mean, he still played really well. We played 9, but he played well. For sure.
All right. The 5th hole there is a tough one. It's a long 4. Anyway.
No, we weren't there. We were in Lancaster.
No, I know. That's what I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about Lancaster.
Yeah, sorry. I thought you were thinking about Delaware.
Yeah,
sorry.
1 goes up, 2, 3, 4 is the par 3, and 5 is a long par 4. I mean, you're hitting a long club into the second approach. Anyway, Sal, hey. So we heard from the coordinators yesterday. I want to start with Bobby Babich. We spent a lot of time this morning on Joe Brady, and we'll get to that maybe at the end. But, Bobby Babich, his second year calling plays for this defense, and, the amount of turnover on that side of the ball, he's the one of the two that's had big changes really come his way. So what'd you take away from Babich in the way that they're preparing this defense and how it might be different this year?
Yeah, actually, he said, every year you obviously have to have some adjustments. He felt last year one area they can get better is the way he put it was to be a little bit more consistent in their weekly approach. Now, I think you could take that a lot of different ways. To me, that might have meant like, okay, on a week-to-week basis, like we got to stay consistent to what our core values are, what we do. Maybe we got a little out of character a few times last year. He didn't say that's why I'm interpreting it, right? He didn't give us the exact details of that, but that's what I thought was interesting. And then when it comes to the new pieces and fitting them in, he's like, look, this is my job. We adjust. We adjust through the season. We adjust now. You're always adjusting. You're figuring it out as you go. And, specifically a guy like Joey Bosa, who's not there right now. They have a plan for Joey Bosa, but right now he's not playing. And he said, hey, when Joey Bosa's available, he's available. But in the meantime, we don't flinch. That's what he said. We don't flinch. So, you get the sense of, hey, you go forward with what you have and you make the adjustments. But at the same time, I think there's some core principal values that they want to stay true to as a defense here.
And when it comes to Babich's identity in the defense, Sal, what we saw in year 1 looked similar, right, to what you would come accustomed to in a Sean McDermott defense when he was calling plays, or even before that with Leslie Frazier, but some differences. And then, I don't know, how would you expect the defense to look different on the overall with the personnel changes and then with Babich going into year 2?
It remains to be seen, Joe, but I think there's been a lot of talk, and I don't disagree, and I want to see, do they play a little bit more man-to-man? Are they a little bit more aggressive on the outside when it comes to that? They drafted Max Harrison, obviously, who has this elite speed, and he's really twitchy, right? Does that allow them to maybe take some more risks and play a little bit more aggressive on the outside, man-to-man? You can get burned that way, but you can also create big plays. They had a lot of takeaways last year. It wasn't because they were, sticky man-to-man defense takeaways. They just were very opportunistic. They did a great job of, punching the ball out at times and just rallying to the football when it does come loose and guys being there. So I do wonder if that's the case. Now, Mike Pellegrino joins the staff. One thing that he said about Mike Pellegrino, he came from New England. Mike Pellegrino was the defensive backs coach there, nickel coach for the Bills. And he said the one thing that always stood out about Patriots defensive backs is how competitive they were all the time. And they're always trying to, do things to kind of, make sure that they're aggressive in whatever, in your face or however you want to put it. But that stood out to me. So is that what they're going to be a little bit more this year, of a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more in your face, outside, man-to-man? Those are things that I'll be watching for.
Sal Capaccio joining us on the Western Hotline, recapping another day of Bills OTAs as we are in June football prep, gearing up for training camp, which is about 7 weeks away before we get off the training camp. Hairston, Sal, the reviews on him, it was interesting hearing Tre'Davious White talk about, his feeling like being a veteran for a young guy. He was remembering his time doing it. It wasn't exactly the same positional players, but just, guys that kind of look to younger players and look how they can make a difference. And it sounds like Trey White is going to be someone to do that.
Yeah, and I think back to when Vince Carter was at camp last week at OTAs, and him talking about this from his own perspective of this great NBA player who played a long time in the league. And, he talked about when you're older, how that's such a responsibility to be able to do that because you're all trying to win. And yeah, sure, like you're competitive. Tre'Davious White is trying to win a job, but he's trying to win it at the same time. He's trying to be a good mentor and a good, leader for Max Harrison and the rest of the younger DBs. It's no different than what we talk about quarterbacks a lot of times. There's been a lot of talk lately in Cleveland with Joe Flacco with this, right? And how Joe Flacco is approaching his job. And, you try to be the ultimate teammate, but at the same time, you have your own job that you're trying to fulfill. And Tre'Davious White said when he came in, he had Lorenzo Alexander, he had Kyle Williams, he had Micah Hyde, he had Jordan Poyer to lean on. Now, those guys are a little bit younger, but the veterans especially, those are the guys that he really leaned on. And, he said he needs to be there for Max Harrison in the same way, and he wants to do that because – listen, I think Tre'Davious White has understood, and it really stood out to me, guys, when he spoke to the media a few weeks ago, maybe a couple months ago, I guess, after he signed. He said he gained such a perspective of after the injuries, and he never knew that would be his last time playing with Micah and Jordan. And then he had the injuries, and he basically, had to kind of understand, where he is in the timeline of his career and what it means. And I think that everybody kind of gains that perspective as they get older, and I think that's why he's taking the approach with Max Harrison and the younger guys that he is.
He also talked yesterday, Sal, about Deion Walker, the Bills' 4th-round pick. What did he say about Walker in terms of what he likes? And then also, is there any talk at all about him being managed, limited? I mean, there was that back injury, but I don't know that I've seen anything about him other than being a full go. But you tell me.
No, I've not seen him anything other than what everybody else is doing. We do not get actual participation reports during OTAs. They don't tell us limited or full. But I can tell you this. He's wearing a white jersey like the rest of the defense. He's not wearing red. Taron Johnson recovering from a surgery. He's wearing red, but he's doing everything. Deion Walker's out there with everybody else wearing a white jersey, going through all the drills. I posted a video yesterday of all the defensive linemen who are there going through a pass rush drill, and they're hitting their hands, they're running around, they're going through the drill, and you could see right there, like, how big this man is and how he moves for a big man. In fact, some people even commented on my video of, wow, look at, Deion Walker and how big that he is and moves that well. And in fact, that's what Bobby Babbitt said about him when he spoke. He said, he's just, like, you shouldn't be able to move the way he can move for a big guy like that.
Sal Capaccio with us on the West Her Hotline. Sal, what about on the offensive side of the ball, hearing from Joe Brady yesterday and what maybe your biggest takeaway was from him? I was interested about his comments about Coleman and Shakir when talking about versatility of the positions, and it almost sounded like when he got asked about Coleman in the slot, Sal, that it sounded like any time that would happen, Babich kind of spoke to maybe that'd be more because he's trying to move Shakir around rather than, I think this is what we should do with Coleman. You know what I mean?
I do. I'll have to listen for that. I didn't take it from that specifically, but he did not dismiss it, right? And he did talk about the versatility of both of them. And maybe that's the case, Joe. I think more than anything, and this goes back, we know this just from Joe Brady the last year and a half, of him being the offensive coordinator of the Bills. They just believe that, they don't have assignments for wide receivers and positions. They're not, you're X, you're outside, you're in the slot. They don't do that. What they do is you have to know everything, and you got to be able to play everywhere. And that's what their plan is. So when you go into a game, you can say, you know what, this is a really good matchup where maybe we can use Keon Coleman a little bit more in the slot. Now, coming with that is, remember last year we talked about, did they want to put that on his plate as much? Well, he's a year in the system now. He knows a little bit more. Maybe you're more comfortable with putting that on his plate now. So Joe Brady is very much of the mindset of everybody has to be able to play everywhere on this offense. If you might be outside one game or one play, you might be inside more one game or one play, and they're going to have to figure that out. We know Khalil Shakir has that versatility. He's not the biggest guy. He's not the fastest, but he still works pretty well on the outside, and, of course, he can work in the slot as well. So, I get the sense that, and, of course, at this time of year, he's also not going to give you the goods, right, what the plan is for what they're going to do with Keon Coleman. They're not going to do that at this time of the year either. But I get the sense we could possibly see Keon Coleman a little bit in the slot, but it might be a work where let's see what happens early on, training camp, and see how it fits for him. If not, we'll kind of stick with him being on the outside.
Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline on Bills OTAs. So the schedule going forward here, Sal, wrapping this up and then to mandatory minicamp?
Yeah, so the team had OTAs Monday and Tuesday, yesterday. One media day, that was yesterday. They're off today from being on the field. Tomorrow they'll be back on the field. That's their final OTA, voluntary. Next week is mandatory minicamp. That's when we'll be ratcheting up. Is Trey White there?
James Cook,
Cook there? Is James Cook there? And, we're going to be paying attention to that. We're going to be out there every day. The media only gets one day of OTAs each week, but we get each day of mandatory minicamp. So we'll see who's out there and who's not. And obviously Josh wasn't there yesterday. Pretty understandable. He got married in California over the weekend. Some of the guys, though, if you see the social media pictures floating around, there weren't a lot of them. They kept a lot of things under wraps. But you could see that Deion Dawkins, Spencer Brown, I believe I saw a little bit of Dalton Kincaid, Dawson Knox. They looked like they were there at the wedding, and they were also at the OTA yesterday, although I will say Spencer Brown did not participate yesterday. He was without a helmet and on the sideline. DeMar Hamlin did not participate yesterday. He was with a helmet on the sideline. And Cam Lewis wasn't there at all yesterday, along with James Cook. Joey Bosa, obviously, we know that he's injured. He's not participating.
All right. Very good.
Gabe Davis was also at that wedding.
Uh-huh.
He was. And today, Gabe is apparently visiting the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah, but very quickly on that, we had talked about him with you the day he got released and maybe even for a couple of days. At this point, there is zero belief, right, that he's in play for the Bills or expectation from you that's coming?
I would say, pretty low. I don't know, zero, but pretty low, right? I mean, you never know at any point that could happen. But, yeah, Joe, I would say it's not happening right now. I think the only way it would happen is if maybe the Bills, there's an injury or something like that. Gabe is still out there at some point later in the offseason, and they say, you know what, he can come in for a really minimum deal of some sort. I think there's offset language anyway for his deal. But, yes, I think to basically answer your question, it's pretty minimal to nothing chance right now.
Very good. Thanks, Sal. Yeah, thank you. We're good. All I was going to say was about James Cook, ratcheting up the James Cook watch. Even if he is there, that watch is ratcheted up because does he speak on it? What does he say about it? How well is he able to, tamp it down? Whatever. Like it could be, I'm here, I'm not happy. It could be a lot of different things. So next week will be interesting.
Yeah, and does he even do drills? Like we've seen these hold-ins, right?
Yeah.
Not hold-outs.
Right.
You show up, you're not fined, and then you don't do anything. So, that's all, 6 days from now, and that'll be kind of the thing that we'll be watching the most for next week.
Very good. Thanks, Sal.
You got it.
All right, Sal Capaccio on the West Her Hotline on Bills OTAs. Bulldog putting the lights out.
With the new putter.
My theory is he plays like trash when I play with him.
Right.
It's not always been the case, but this year, Owen, we play weekly just about. I feel like I am Bulldogs cooler
Let me
now.
Let me ask, Owen, what's Bulldog? What's your dad's pace normally as a golfer?
Pace as in...
Like, if it's just you and him, how fast of a player is he?
Oh, pretty quick.
Okay.
He doesn't like to wait too much. I know where you're going with that.
What I was going to say is...
Yeah.
See, like, I'm a fast golfer, so when I play with Jeremy, it doesn't bother me whatsoever.
Yeah,
Don't even
same
think
here.
about it. But if you... I have some friends who are the slowest golfers you've ever seen.
Yeah.
And I just... In my head, them playing with you, it would throw them off.
Okay, because I do play fast.
You play fast, and I think you would almost... Not pressure isn't the right word, but maybe a little bit on a really slow golfer to I can't take forever here because look how quick Jeremy's playing, and that could throw off someone else's pace.
Not.
But he's a quick golfer.
No, I don't think that is a factor in the least bit. I will
that
say
theory is dispelled then.
Jeremy, it's not just you. I play with him more than anybody.
And he plays bad with you?
It's like 75, 85, 75, 85, 75, 85. Like,
okay, he's just bouncing back and forth.
All
these are
year
Delaware.
so far.
These are Delaware scores.
These are Delaware scores.
Yeah.
Yes. So grain of salt, everyone. But
all right.
He has been very hot and cold this year. He's working out. He is grinding.
Hills and valleys.
Yeah.
Do you slow your pace down if you're with slower golfers?
You mean like over my own individual shot?
Yeah. Will you play slower if you're playing with somebody that you know this is a slow golfer?
Not really.
Just do your thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if we're walking, we got 4 people walking. I feel like you just walk to your ball and hit it, and we'll all meet on the green.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
And I'm not one to. I'll socialize on the tee and walk into the next tee, but the fairway is not really the place to have big conversations.
Yeah.
I feel this way about the sim too.
You're quick on the greens too. I would say.
Quick. That's why?
You're not taking.
That is where
30 seconds to line up the putt and then a couple of practice swings. Like one person's putting process could be anywhere from 30 seconds to 45 seconds. Yours is like 10, 15 seconds. Almost.
Yeah,
it's jarring. There's times where I'm like lining up my putt, and I'll look up and you're already done. Like you've already putted, and I'm like, whoa, what?
Yeah.
I thought I was going first. He's already done.
The practice swing thing though is something that I've done too because
eliminating practice swings on the green.
At least on the green because don't they say you'll never. Whatever your practice stroke is, it's like almost never what your actual stroke's going to be anyway.
I've never done the practice putt stroke thing.
Yeah. No, I know. I know that I do play fast. I always just feel like we're out here to play golf, and if we play fast, people behind us will play fast. We'll just play a round of golf. Like let's move. Yeah. You don't need to be Patrick Cantlay out there and shoot 17 over. Not that he shoots that, but he's the slowest guy ever.
Oh yeah,
and he's a pro, so there's a little bit of wiggle room for somebody that's good. For us.
Well, he's caused controversy with that even himself on the tour. So.
Right. Yeah, I play fast.
I don't even notice it that much that you play that fast other than on the green.
Yeah.
I never really notice or think
that's probably a flaw to my game where I should actually take putting seriously.
I have recently done that, and it has shaved many strokes off my game. So, I
need one of these fancy new putters.
When's the U.S. Open? Next week?
Next
Father's Day, yeah, next weekend. Not this weekend, but next weekend.
All right.
It's at Oakmont.
Love that.
Yeah. I was checking out the flyby of Oakmont on the sim. It's nice out. You can play outside today, but, evening round. Oakmont, it's looks like an ideal simulator course, and by that I mean not a lot of trees. It's wide.
Yeah.
It's almost like a links course. Wide open.
That's what you want on a simulator.
On a simulator, you don't want trees.
They're not built for the trees.
That's right. You don't want to go into jail.
Sometimes you're in a tree and the ball just you can't get it out. You're trapped. Oh. Or you don't you'll be lining up a shot and you won't know if the tree is actually in front of you or not.
Yeah.
Which makes it really tough because you could hit it and then the ball doesn't go anywhere.
Look at Oakmont.
Oh my God!
It's a field.
It looks so visually intimidating, but it's
such
a different way than those tight courses.
Some of the reports on Oakmont's score, it's going to be nasty
next week.
So nasty,
plus score for the winner,
plus wins, and you miss the rough. A rough is a stroke penalty. You're going to be punching out of the rough, unless where the gallery mats it down. But I guarantee you Oakmont is going to be the players get mad at the course kind of event. It's right now a week out being sold as Rory said he triple bogeyed a hole that he hit 3 good shots on.
Wow.
So
over under on Bryson freakouts on the court.
Oh my God! I mean, 15
could get one
at least. Awesome. Well, there hasn't been a plus score winner at the U.S. Open since Koepka in 2018. So it's been 7 years.
Where's that? Kiowa?
Shinnecock.
Shinnecock is. I feel like it's always a plus score there.
And then before that, you got to go back to Justin Rose in 2013 and Webb Simpson in 2012, who both won with plus scores at Merion and then Olympic Club.
Okay.
It's been recently 6 under, 10 under, 6 under. I mean, 6 under for a golf tournament being the winning score is pretty low, but I guess it has been a few years since it's been like, man, nobody can do anything. I mean, when Mickelson put that ball in the tent at Wingfoot, he had the lead, but wasn't he like 3 over going into that final hole, or 4 over? Like, he was definitely in plus scores.
Yeah. Excited for it. U.S. Open on the way next week. Next week, this time, there'll be practice rounds at Oakmont. You'll hear all about how the website I found calls it the grassy guillotine.
Ooh.
Oakmont, the grassy guillotine.
I like that.
Good name. Good name for a course. 803-0550. We'll get a call in if you want to follow up on anything you heard from Sal. You can do that. And we'll, continue hanging out here. Mid-June, high 85 today. Beautiful, beautiful day on the way. And some rain rolling in the next couple days, but temperatures staying, nice. So get outside. Enjoy it. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Guys, because I don't think that's at all how we feel. It's just a matter of, like, every once in a while you're picking through, like, all right, what's got you worried? I mean, anybody have an answer to that? 803-0550. What's got you really worried? Not they could be better at a spot. I think they could be better at certain spots, for sure. But what's got me worried about them? Where do I think the fatal flaw is, if there is one? It's not that easy to find. For some people, that is McDermott. Not for me. I mean, if there's a fatal flaw here somewhere, is it still receivers? Last year I would have gone into the year, and last couple of years I would have gone into the year saying I think they have a flaw at receiver, because going back to Gabe Davis is their number 2, or last year, of course, they're entering training camp with MVS and thinking that's going to work out. I don't think the receiver is a fatal flaw this time. I saw what they did last year. I don't worry about the offensive coordinator. I don't worry about too many things. What has you worried? Is it hard to find?
It's very hard to find, because they are that good.
They're good at a lot of things.
They are good at they have a pretty whole roster that doesn't have, well, tough word then to use there, because I was going to say they don't have many holes. They're a complete roster. So that being said, like when I think of that question, it is all about a couple of teams, and one in particular that I continue to watch the Bills in these moments get outcoached. And that's my worry. That they do have a fatal flaw that
the worry
every time I go play Andy Reid and Steve Spagnuolo, I'm going to get a play, like on 4th down, where they've got something in the holster ready for McDermott and Babbage and Brady that they're not going to be ready for, and it's going to be the right play at the right time, and they're going to lose a close game, because those two over there are terrifying. That's my worry.
Now Elijah Moore's on the team. And there are plenty of people talking like he is a big deal. And like expectations for him should be to be, I don't know, their second best receiver. Could he be their second best receiver? How hard would that be for him to be their second best receiver? Yesterday, I found from Judah Fortgang, who's a guy I follow on Twitter, and he does a bunch of stuff on wide receivers and, plot charts about vertical. This one is about yards per vertical route separation.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see this chart?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
It's basically how open are you getting when you're running deep.
On vertical routes, yes. I'm going to go from the bottom of the NFL to this is 200 routes run, separation in the NFL on vertical routes. Last in the NFL was Keon Coleman. Second to last in the NFL was Curtis Samuel.
Mm-hmm.
Third last was Jalen Polk. Fourth last was Amari Cooper.
Mm-hmm.
3 of the 4 worst separators on vertical routes were on the Bills.
Mm-hmm.
Then if you move further in, what do you see?
I'm surprised Matt Collins wasn't low on that list. He might be lower, but not bottom 4.
Khalil Shakir had a decent number here. He was relatively fine. Hollins, I don't know, maybe he didn't meet the threshold. Did he run 200 routes? It feels like he must have.
He had to have.
Anyway, the point that I'm getting to is that moving further up the board and passing a lot of players that you've heard of before is Josh Palmer.
Yeah.
And highest of anybody, actually above average in vertical route separation, is Elijah Moore.
Yeah.
That he's a guy that gets separation vertically, but just didn't get the ball. Like this plot chart, what it is how much separation did you get and how much do you get the ball? And you have some guys that don't separate that put up big numbers. That's George Pickens and Justin Jefferson. You've got some guys that did separate but didn't get the ball. And with this Bills offense, like part of it's probably the design, but in terms of just getting open down the field, the 2 players they've added in Elijah Moore and Josh Palmer do what they didn't have before. And to me, that's a big upgrade.
I think you guys know by now how I feel about Jimbo, and that stuff that's besides me, that, I don't make those decisions and whatnot, but he was obviously huge for us last year, and I'm excited to, when he is here to be able to get with him. I obviously love Jimbo, but it's just like whenever someone's not here, it's a great opportunity for the guys that are, and, seeing Ray and Ty and, Diev and Frank just get those opportunities, like everybody kind of benefits from that, and, but I am excited whenever Jimbo is back with us.
Next week, all eyes on James Cook. Does he show up for mandatory minicamp? Does he hold in? Sal pointed out you could show up and not do team drills. Is he going to talk about it? What does he say about his contract? All that. That's on the way next week for mandatory minicamp. I don't have anything bronze today. The traditional gift for an 8-year anniversary, I mentioned yesterday, was my wife and I, our 8-year anniversary, and I did not get nor give anything bronze.
Do you normally give a gift with what it usually lines up with?
Who
I
does?
did look up the other day because my 2nd-year anniversary is coming up, and it's paper, I believe.
Who does? They've got the list of the traditional gifts for every year. Percentage of humans ever on the planet to have gone in line with that list of things you're supposed to give every year more than 5 years in a row in the history of time? How many humans have done it? 5?
You're saying nobody does it?
No one does that.
Really? Nobody?
No one does that. No one. There's even a modern list.
That's different than the...
Yes.
The traditional list, it goes paper, cotton, leather. So you didn't do any of those?
No.
Fruit or flowers for year 4.
If anyone does
fruit,
anyone does flowers, it's a coincidence.
Watermelon or cantaloupe for wood for 5. Iron. What is this list? This is the Google ad. Iron or candy for 6. That can't be. That can't be the traditional list.
No one is. Next year, I'm supposed to give her pottery.
Wool or copper.
Actually, pottery might be a good idea.
8 says bronze or pottery. There is no 9.
How about this
on
one?
This one?
In the traditional UK edition,
this is a bad list.
8 says bronze or salt.
Bronze or salt?
You give her some sort of salty gift.
Salt shaker.
Sure. Pottery, tin or aluminum. Again, whoever does any of this?
I bet there are probably people that do it.
You might skip all the way to
5%.
silver at 25. At 25, you give some silver. Okay, fine.
It's at least 5%, I bet. Yes, silver is good.
5% of the so 5% of the population on their first anniversary is giving their spouse a paper-based gift, and then cotton, and then leather, and then fruit and flowers, and then wood. 5%.
Yeah, wood would be the easiest one. You could get something carved, or you could do something with that.
CJ in Buffalo. Hey, CJ, what's up?
Hey, how you doing, guys? Simple question, I guess. I guess a lot of this is a copycat league, and you see all the teams, everybody's going defensive line. And I look at the Eagles, and I like what they've done where they didn't need a Saquon Barkley, but they were so close to, I guess, knocking on the door. They said, okay, let's kick it in. You don't need that player, but go get him. That's how I feel about the Bills, and I feel as though they've gotten complacent ever since getting Diggs. We found our quarterback, and they went and got a receiver for him, and they showed, okay, let's get a receiver for him, and let's keep kicking the door down. I felt as though they were pushing. Now they seem complacent. And it's like what they're doing now is for longevity, and it's a great idea. They're doing awesome, but for the GM to say, don't say I didn't do anything at receiver, I got Palmer. I don't think that's what everybody means. We're saying you're so close, get a guy. Like the Chiefs have on the other side of the ball Chris Jones. I wish you would have went a little further and got a guy, I guess is what everybody's trying to get, and I feel as though they're complacent. Yes, business-wise, this is great. You're selling out tickets every year, playoffs every year. That's awesome. But as far as winning, and you're in an AFC that's loaded, you need to push the envelope. Not for nothing, but I feel as though they're complacent. They may not say it, and I know I'm not saying it's bad or they're doing anything wrong, but push the envelope.
The thing about that is, though, that a guy didn't really get moved this offseason, right? Metcalf is the best player at what he does. Sure. That got traded, and maybe you would think he qualifies for this and wanted to see the Bills do that. There also are 2 edge rushers that are going through contract dilemmas right now, and we'll see what happens with them.
There's another way,
but nobody got moved.
There's another way to say this, which is I mentioned yesterday, big baller Bean. He didn't really have a big baller offseason, which is fine. You don't do it every year.
That's right.
The guy that signed Vaughn, traded for Diggs, the series of moves to get up to take Allen, really, you could say taking Allen was the best thing he ever did. Getting in position to do it was its own accomplishment on a year they made the playoffs.
Oh, it was incredible. Yeah.
That is a great accomplishment, and that is, to me, that's GMing at its peak.
Mm-hmm.
That is
without giving up your other first-round pick.
That's what I mean, right?
Even more incredible.
That is really where the master class was. You could have picked the wrong quarterback in that spot, and it all would have been for nothing. But dancing around Cordy Glenn to Cincinnati to move up, and that was incredible. But in the last 2 off seasons, I guess trading Diggs, you could say, would be one of these. Mm-hmm. This is the off season without any sort of really big move at all. Josh Palmer's a middle move. It might be a nice move. Joey Bosa's a middle kind of move. Might be a nice move. Not to say these are bad moves, just as CJ's laying out complacent, I don't know. That's one way you might say it. The way I would say it is that there was we're waiting for the next big baller Bean picture.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't mean they signed Christian Kirksey off the street and people throw the glasses up because Kirksey had a good year in Houston and was a Bill for 2 days. A real honest, sorry, that's one I just remember.
Christian Kirksey, yeah.
A real honest, wow, the Bills have decided to make a move, to go all in. They already are all the way in. The question kind of gets to this year at the deadline, does some player become available? And they think, like, you know what? Yeah, we're going to trade for insert player here and be viewed as, wow, he did it. I mean, Cooper, would you say Cooper is that? Last year, it's a month into the season, they trade a third-round pick for what they thought would be a number one receiver. Last year, that is a aggressive, big baller bean kind of move. I'm not going to sit here and watch this team die on the vine with these receivers. I'm going to get somebody to help.
Yeah.
So it's a matter of when that next one comes, and what if he's the GM for the next 5 years? I'm sure there'll be plenty of those moves. It just didn't happen this offseason, not yet.
Yeah, the Josh Palmer signing was the most total money that the Bills gave out to anybody this offseason. Do you want to know how many deals in the league, how many free agent deals had more total money?
20, 30.
And this might just be guys that change teams. 39.
Okay. 39, yeah.
So
the 40th most in the most money given out in a contract, like free agency, yeah.
Yeah. So
and the draft, what did they do? They stayed and they moved around and shuffled in the second round, and then
again, so like the call being about like going and getting a guy, I wanted them to do that too. But part of why I wouldn't crush Bean and the Bills for the offseason that they had is, like, I'm looking at the list of guys that signed for more money than Josh Palmer. Did I want them to pay $104 million for Milton Williams? Maybe you could argue is defendable. It's a nice player, but
did you want them to go spend on Josh Sweat?
I wasn't upset when I saw that one. Yeah, Josh Sweat maybe a little closer. Yep. Them signing Bosa to me is in the same tier. Sweat's probably a more reliable player because of injury. Maybe you think Bosa's got a little bit of a higher ceiling.
Right.
Whatever.
He's $20 million a year, Sweat, average annual salary.
But I'm looking at the list, and there's not a name where I ever went, really, really wanted that one.
Right.
Well, I toyed with that with Metcalf for a moment, but that was tough because Metcalf was available for like 24 hours. And it was over. There wasn't even really time to think.
There's also the hindsight versus, what you're doing now. If you really want to get after it, you could say, like, you should have taken Ladd McConkey instead of Coleman. McConkey looks to be, like, Brian Thomas Jr. got all the love and had a great year. But Ladd McConkey had himself a year.
Yeah. Remember we talked a lot about Jonathan Allen? He signed for 3 years, $17 million per year. Are we mad they didn't do that?
Again.
Would that satisfy the call of a guy? Because that wouldn't. That's more expensive than anything they did, and he's a nice player, but that's not a whale. That's not, what an huge offseason. It might have been a nice move, but all I mean to say is there almost is nothing they could have done this offseason that would have been, wow, sunglasses, big baller Bean, can you believe what they pulled off?
Well, I wouldn't say there's nothing they could have. There's nothing that happened that you wish they did.
Okay, right. That's a better way of saying it. Yeah.
And, of course, like Hendrickson, maybe if they're a different team, they could get him, but the Bengals aren't going to trade him to you. We'll see what happens there. 803-0550. Thanks, CJ, for the phone call. 1-888-550-2550.
You want some hockey trivia quick?
I do want hockey trivia.
So we've talked a lot about Jason Robertson in the last couple of days. We talked a little bit about Jason Robertson in the past couple of days. He might be available in Dallas. He ranks 8th in Dallas Stars history in points. Who are the 7 above him?
Dallas Stars history points.
He's already 8th all time, but there are 7 above him.
Does this include Minnesota North Stars?
Nope, Dallas Stars.
Okay. Mike Modano.
Number 1, 1,050. By the way, Robertson, 394 is the number you got to beat.
It's only 394. Okay.
394.
A couple. The guys have played there forever, like Jamie Benn and Tyler Sagan.
Number 2 and number 3. Yep.
Did Brett Hull play there long enough? Joe Nieuwendyk is my answer. Hold on. I'm thinking of all like the 99 stars, like Yuri Lettinen. All-time Stars scorers.
Right, let's remember the 99 Stars. That's a fun sentence.
Yeah. Who played for the Stars forever? And Brett Hull was how many years? I don't know if he got to the top 7, 400 points for the Stars.
Brett Hall, I'll give you this, played 218 games.
And that's
for the
a no.
Stars.
He did not get there. Yeah, I didn't think it was that many.
It's like 2.5 seasons.
Yeah. Is Heiskanen played there long enough to have that many points?
No. Heiskanen is 283.
Daryl Sidor.
No, but close.
Okay, I'm just
334. He played 700 games.
Okay.
So
That's what I'm saying. Like I'm happy about that answer.
Yep. There is a defenseman on this list.
Sergei Gonchar.
No, but close.
Sergei.
Yep. Go ahead.
Sergei.
I think he's is he in the Hall of Fame? No, but there's a he should be in the Hall of Fame.
Zubov.
Oh, he is in the Hall of Fame. Zubov.
Yeah, Sergei Zubov.
Sergei Zubov is in the Hall of Fame. He is 4th all time.
How
So
did
you got the top 4.
How did we get to Stars trivia?
Jason Robertson.
Oh, Jason Robertson. Okay.
Is Neil Broughton an answer here?
No.
All-time Stars points leaders.
Why is that in my head?
You did name. You said one of these names. All right.
Yuri Lettinen?
Yuri Lettinen. He played 875 games.
Okay.
And then you're only missing 2. These are more like the middle Stars teams that are very forgettable, but the players are known.
I'll give credit here. I like this guess. Jamie Langenbrunner?
No.
Oh, okay.
471 games for him.
Then I'll protect the innocent. I'll protect the guilty party there.
What hints could I give? This guy was a finesse player.
Oh, hold on. Pavelski. No, he didn't play long enough.
Didn't play there
he was
long
with the
enough.
Sharks forever.
This guy played for 5 teams, most of which was with Dallas, but also Montreal, Nashville.
Matt Duchene? No.
He wore number 63.
With Dallas?
Yeah. Mike Ribeiro?
I would never get it.
No? Never?
Nope, I would never get it.
Okay, then I'll give you Brendan Morrow as the other one, because I don't think you ever got there. That was more likely than Ribeiro? For you to get?
0 and 0.1. I was never in my life.
What if I'd given you that his nickname on Hockey Reference is Mini Mo?
Mike Ribeiro?
No, Brendan Morrow. 6'1", 215. Mini Mo? It's not that many.
Yeah. Well, good trivia. Thank you for that.
You did pretty good. Not as good as yesterday's trivia.
No.
Although you didn't swear this time.
I accidentally swore yesterday, yes.
So maybe it's an improvement.
I texted Howard about that. I said for his birthday, I accidentally swore on the radio.
For his birthday.
I swore. It was dumped. So it didn't go over the air, but on YouTube, if you were watching...
I think you saw it on YouTube.
That's why you got to subscribe and watch us on YouTube, because if we accidentally swear...
Different laws.
It'll make it there.
Yep.
And it was a moment. Yeah. All right, Extendo Sports coming up. Sal's here, fresh off the golf course. He's ready to chat with you on Bill's OTAs. James Cook Watch continues to see when he comes back, if he is in town next week, what he has to say about all that stuff. And the Stanley Cup final tonight, you can hear the game here on WGR, right? We've got the game right here, or is it on the bet? Yeah, very good. I'm excited. I'm excited for this series. Dare I say I'm as excited for this series as I was the Four Nations. Once we knew the Four Nations was good and U.S.-Canada was going to be like, let's see U.S.-Canada. Mm-hmm. Like I'm ready for this series. I am very excited to watch it. 8 o'clock every night that it's on. I can get with 8 o'clock.
Yep.
I don't have to go too much later. So let's go. And yeah, let's go Oilers.
Let's go Oilers, definitely.
Yeah. Let's get McDavid a cup. I want to see him put up 24 points in 6 games.
Mm-hmm.
Conn Smythe. Really, I want to see. That'd be the ideal performance, and the ideal outcome for me would be, give me one of these Tiger at the Masters, like iconic. We talk about it for decades, what he did. That's what I want. 803-0550. Extendo Sports coming up here on WGR. Now Elijah Moore's on the team. And there are plenty of people talking like he is a big deal. And like expectations for him should be to be, I don't know, their second best receiver. Could he be their second best receiver? How hard would that be for him to be their second best receiver? Yesterday, I found from Judah Fortgang, who's a guy I follow on Twitter, and he does a bunch of stuff on wide receivers and plot charts about vertical. This one is about yards per vertical route separation.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see this chart?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
It's basically how open are you getting when you're running deep.
On vertical routes, yes. I'm going to go from the bottom of the NFL to this is 200 routes run, separation in the NFL on vertical routes. Last in the NFL was Keon Coleman. Second to last in the NFL was Curtis Samuel.
Mm-hmm.
Third last was Jalen Polk. Fourth last was Amari Cooper.
Mm-hmm.
3 of the 4 worst separators on vertical routes were on the Bills.
Mm-hmm.
Then if you move further in, what do you see?
I'm surprised Matt Collins wasn't low on that list. He might be lower, but not bottom 4.
Khalil Shakir had a decent number here. He was relatively fine. Hollins, I don't know, maybe he didn't meet the threshold. Did he run 200 routes? It feels like he must have.
He had to have.
Anyway, the point that I'm getting to is that moving further up the board and passing a lot of players that you've heard of before is Josh Palmer.
Yeah.
And highest of anybody, actually above average in vertical route separation, is Elijah Moore.
Yeah.
That he's a guy that gets separation vertically, but just didn't get the ball. Like this plot chart, what it is how much separation did you get and how much do you get the ball? And you have some guys that don't separate, that put up big numbers. That's George Pickens and Justin Jefferson. You've got some guys that did separate, but didn't get the ball. And with this Bills offense, like part of it's probably the design, but in terms of just getting open down the field, the 2 players they've added in Elijah Moore and Josh Palmer do what they didn't have before. And to me, that's a big upgrade. All right, wrapping up Extendo Sports. Sal's coming up, the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. High of 85 today. When you think of this time of year, do you think about being back in like high school? And June in high school was the best.
I think of
half days.
It was hot, though.
Yeah, but you go in, you take a test, and you're just done for the day.
Yes, yeah. Final exam week. You go in for 2 hours even, and that's it. And then you're out. Yep. A little bit.
Those half days were great.
I do think of
walk out the door at 11 a.m.
Summer vacation, that last day at school more so. I remember a lot of the last days at school. Like the last day of 5th grade, 8th grade, sophomore, junior year. I don't remember my last day of senior year, though.
Oh, no, I don't remember specific days. I just remember, the gym, taking tests in the gym.
Yeah, that's right. Scantrons.
Proctors, who's proctoring the exam, pencils down, all that kind of stuff, time running out. Speaking of, you guys said I play golf fast. You know how fast I took tests? Holy cow.
Yeah?
I would take a test in those scenarios, and then I would wait 15 minutes because I would feel wrong leaving as soon as I did. I can't be the first one to leave. Why would I feel that pressure? Why would anyone care about that? I'm done. I filled in.
You wanted to win the race.
No, I wasn't even trying. I was just like A, B, C, D, and I'm done. And I would think, I can't leave yet.
Almost feels like that felt too easy.
I mean,
so okay, would you?
Maybe I wanted to. I don't know.
Were you reading the questions thoroughly? Were you skipping over the directions?
No, I was just taking the test.
I used to do the same exact thing where I would finish
so fast,
and I was like, "What? Why isn't anybody else done?"
You could have done. What is everybody else doing?
What are they? Yeah.
You could have done that. It took a little bit more time. Is I would put. This is when the Sabres were like good. Put 4 team names at the bottom, and then. So, like, A would be Buff, B would be Ottawa, C would be Carolina, D would be Toronto. And then I would take the test, and at the end, I would go back and count up who scored the most.
Oh. I mean, I guess you could do that.
There you go. That would take a solid 5 minutes of your time.
I was just looking forward to the mints that they always had at the end of the Regents exams that were, like, the best mints, and you could never find them anywhere else. I don't know if anybody else my age will know what I'm talking about, but they were unbelievable.
Mints?
Like, mints?
Yeah, they were these peppermint mints that would, like, melt.
No.
Oh.
Jolly Ranchers for us. Definitely Jolly Ranchers. We're always there.
The mints were a special,
You mean
occasion.
like the Andes mints that you get after you go to a restaurant? Because those things are trash.
Andes, you don't like Andes candy?
Trash.
Yeah.
They're fine. It's like a peppermint. It's like a peppermint patty. Andes
peppermint patties are trash.
Oh, jeez, look at this guy.
I like peppermint patties, but those
you don't see
Andes-
Josh Allen being advertised on peppermint patties.
If they paid him, I bet he would.
You know why they don't pay him? Because they don't sell any. Because they're trash.
You're trying to tell me that they don't sell peppermint patties?
No.
No.
When's the last time you saw pepper? You don't just walk down the grocery store and you go through the aisle or you go to the self-checkout and you got all the bars right there. There ain't peppermint patties on that
The
on that
Hershey
stand.
Company makes 1.5 billion peppermint patties every year.
And I bet
With
1.2 go in the trash.
Yeah, they go in a landfill.
I want to listen to this.
They all end up in a landfill,
This peppermint
right.
patty slander.
How many do you think that is? How many Josh Allen advertising Snickers? How many Snickers?
8 billion. If peppermint patties is 1.2?
1.2 billion. Snickers yearly sales. 15 million bars are produced daily.
Oh, this is going to be way more than that. Way more.
You might be surprised to find out that is 5.4 billion bars. Snickers bars.
4.5 billion bars.
Yeah. In a year.
And how much is this?
One of the
how
most-
much are we charging for Snickers these days?
Oh,
Probably $17. Who knows? $20.
So much money.
All right. We're back tomorrow. What's going on? Stanley Cup final tonight. Enjoy
and then
it.
the NBA finals tomorrow. We'll have a little preview.
You can hear the game here on WGR, Oilers and Panthers this evening. We'll be back in the morning.